Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Preparing the Soul for War Symposium, hosted by the Center of Excellence in the 75th Ranger Regiment. Yesterday, our presenters and their valuable insights set the conditions for our warfighters to mentally and spiritually prepare for the next conflict. Today, the focus will be on our caregivers, our unit ministry teams, behavioral health, H2F, and medical providers. You can find the agenda for day 2 and biographies for the presenters in the symposium guide, which may be accessed through our QR code posted throughout this room. Restrooms are in the atrium outside of the chapel, both out this exit and that exit. Our first presenter today is Chaplain Colonel Thomas C. Wainick, retired. He is an Iraq combat veteran with 35 years of service as a United States Army chaplain. He is currently a senior pastoral counselor at the Pastoral Institute in Columbus, Georgia. As the clinical director and supervisor of the United States Army Fort Benning Family Life Training Center, Tom has trained and educated clinicians on the emotional, existential, and spiritual costs of combat. Tom is a licensed marriage and family therapist. He is a past diplomat in the American Association of Pastoral Counselors and ACPE pastoral psychotherapist, a diplomat in the College of Pastoral Supervision and Psychotherapy, and a clinical member and approved supervisor of the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy. He is the author of several book chapters and journal articles, PTSD, Moral Injury, and the Military Family. He is currently an adjunct faculty member for Mercer University School of Medicine. Tom received his Master's of Divinity degree from Concordia Seminary, Fort Wayne, Indiana in 1982, a Master of Science degree in Counseling Psychology from Central Texas University in 1999, and a Master of Strategic Studies degree from the Army War College in 2012. Please join us in welcoming Chaplain Thomas Wainick.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. All of that means, of course, that I'm old, right? So, hey, I want to say thank you for inviting me here today. I'm speaking on a topic that I'm pretty passionate about. I've had a wonderful career. I would do it all over again. But one of the joys of life for me has always been sitting with a soldier and talking to them about their experiences in life. And so today, again, particularly about going to war, and also the preparation that we can do as we face that possibility. And on any given day, that can become a reality, of course. I'd like to start with a story, and some of you who've attended some of my workshops before heard it, so I apologize, but I'm going to tell it again. It's about a 11-year-old boy, and his dad has been sharing the fact that it's a possibility that he'll soon be deployed. On one particular night, he comes home for supper, we're sitting at the table, and he says, yes, in fact, I'm on orders to go downrange. Well, it was kind of a rough night for the family, but they made a decision, like many military families, given the choice of staying on post or going back home someplace, to go back home. The father of this little boy tells him, as they get ready to get on the plane, he says, son, you're the oldest. You take care of your brother and sister, and you take care of your mother. Well, that's a pretty hefty task for an 11-year-old, right? It's about 4 or 5 months later that the little boy TV. The reporter is reporting from a town that's under siege. And the little boy knows his mom's crying. And he says, what's wrong? And the mom lets out her fear. She immediately covers her mouth. She runs into the bedroom crying. The little boy doesn't know what to do. He's got a lot of flooding going on, emotional flooding. And he runs out in the carport, gets on his bicycle, and rides as far and fast as he can. Uses up that energy, comes home that night, it's quiet. Next day he goes to school, and they have a test, first period, and he can't really concentrate because he's worried about his dad. Teacher notices it. Office. Little boy goes to the principal's office. Principal sits and says, "What's going on?" Little boy gets a little bit of it out. And the principal happened to belong to the same church that the little boy's family belonged to. So he calls the pastor comes, picks him up, prays with him, takes him to the house. Later that day, the father calls and he says, "I'm okay." Well, the year was 1968, and of course I was that little boy. And it was during the Tet Offensive, the first day of that big action by North Vietnam to try to reclaim the South. That night when my dad called, he said, "I'm okay." Fast forward to this past year, my sister finds a letter that my dad wrote to his sister during that same week. And he tells her that that evening he went to bed and he could hear the gunfire, which he heard almost every night on the outskirts of the city. But then it started getting closer. And he thought, well, maybe I shouldn't stay in the house, because he was living in a town, people knew where he lived. So he decides to go to a little shed in the back of his house. About the same time, an RPG comes to the front door. He spends the night there as the North Vietnamese take over that part of the city, and he can hear a sniper on the roof. He decides he needs to be quiet. Next day, they send out somebody to come get him. He said, "I never knew a Jeep could do 90 miles an hour U-turn, because as they were trying to get to a safe place, somebody opened up with a machine gun on them." He spent the rest of the week trying not to get killed. Well, the only reason I'm telling you that story is because my dad came back different than when he went downrange. He was more confident, more controlled, but emotionally there was something different about him. And that would set the stage to my career, which years later I would finally figure out. I believe God had his hand on that, because at about age 40, I realized that my life had been set in stone at that point, because I would grow up to be a pastor, to minister to people, to families during war, to help them with some of the same issues that my family dealt with. It's a little dated, but it's just as true today as when it was written. It's written by Secretary of Defense Gates back in 2009. He said the advances in precision, sensor, information, and satellite technologies have led to extraordinary gains in what the U.S. military can do. The Taliban was dispatched within 3 months. Saddam's regime was toppled in 3 weeks. A button can be pushed in Nevada, and seconds later, a pickup truck will explode in Mosul. A bomb dropped from the sky can destroy a targeted house while leaving the one next to it intact. But no one should ever neglect the psychological, cultural, political, and human dimensions of warfare. I will contend with you this morning, after having worked with soldiers, counseling soldiers for over 20 years, and everyone is different. I'm going to give you a definition of moral injury in a few minutes, but let me say this, and if you walk away today with nothing else, remember this. Moral injury is about your moral compass. It's not about the soldier's moral compass that's sitting next to you. It's not about somebody else's values or somebody else's faith. It's about your moral compass. And in war, there will be challenges to that. And how you deal with that will determine how you walk away. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So, I knew my dad was different coming home. But I wasn't quite sure what that meant. Or little bits of insight over the years until I came on active duty. I spent 11 years in the Reserve and Guard and 24 years on active duty. In my second church in Round Rock, Texas, I had a parishioner who was an F-4 pilot in Vietnam. And he really didn't participate too much in church at all, but I did a Bible study on the just war theory, and all of a sudden he was there. And I was kind of curious about that, and one night I asked him, I said, tell me something about what intrigues you about just war. And he said, Pastor, he said, I was an F-4 pilot in Vietnam. I dropped a lot of napalm. And he said, on this one particular mission, after I had laced the ground with the napalm, I turned around and flew back over what I had just done. And he said, I could see men, women, and children running away on fire. And he asked me the question, he said, can God forgive me? Can God forgive me? And we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Fast forward to the time I came on active duty, right after the Gulf War. Came to a unit at Fortress Hood there. The unit had just gotten back, armor unit, 167 Armor, death dealers. And I was dealing with a lot of young soldiers who had been traumatized by the fact, because they were the first one to the highway of death, and maybe some of you don't even know what that is, but as we began to take Kuwait, the Iraqis at some point decided during that 100-hour drive that we got to get out of here. And so they all got on that highway back into Iraq, and the Air Force came along and charred up every vehicle in that long, long convoy. Well, my unit was the first one there, again, prior to my arrival, but they were given the task of pulling all the Iraqi bodies out of all the burned vehicles, bulldozing trenches, and burying those bodies. Now, I would dare say that most of you, when you raised your right hand and said, I want to be in the Army, did not think that might be a task that I was going to be given. So, again, if you walk away with nothing else, everybody's moral injury is different. But for some of those young soldiers, that was pretty hard. Others, it didn't bother. So I'm sitting in my office one day, and I see one of the young soldiers. He's running past my office, and he looks like he's about to cry. Something's really wrong, and I got up out of my chair, and I walked out in the hallway. I said, hey, wait a minute, what's going on? And he said, Chaplain, I want to kill myself. Well, if you're a chaplain, those are kind of magic words that say, hey, come here and sit down. He was a machine gunner on the tank, and when the order was given to cross the line from Kuwait, or from Saudi into Kuwait, they were having lots and lots of people surrendering. And the directions, the rules of engagement at that time was, as they came up from behind the defilades or came out of the trenches with their hands, walking back towards Saudi Arabia, because This is a high-intensity, quick movement across Kuwait, and we're not slowing down to take prisoners. So if you want to surrender, just walk, keep walking. Well, several times after they passed the trenches of the defilades, some Iraqis jumped back in, pulled up an RPG or anti-tank weapon of some type, and aimed at the back of the tank. Now, we got some able soldiers here. What do we know about the back side of the tank? It's the weak spot, right? So after about 3 or 4 times, his young lieutenant commander says, next time those SOBs come up out of the trench, you just mow them down. And that's what he did. He told me, he said, Chaplain, I can't, that if I knew the people I killed were going to be the ones who jumped back into the trench and tried to kill me, I'd be okay. But he said, I'll never know. And that was really my first time in my career that I began to think a lot more about this concept of moral injury. Moral injury has been around since the beginning of time. In Sophocles' play, Philoctetes, the young naive son of the dead hero Achilles, Neoptolemus, is prepared for war by Odysseus, who says, I know, young man, it is not your natural bent to say such things, nor to contrive such mischief, but the prize of victory is pleasant to win. Bear up, another time we shall prove honest, but for one brief shameless portion of the day, give me yourself, and then for all the rest of your life you may be called the most scrupulous of men. And in the play, the young soldier yields his moral ground, and then desires to retrace or repent. War is hard. In some ways, as we heard yesterday, it's kind of the natural state of this world, and there will always be wars and rumors of wars. 2 Corinthians 28 is another example of an ancient time. I'd like to read this poem, and then So this was written by Christopher Redder, and when I first came here in 2004, he was stationed here. And he had been in Iraq and had come back. He got out and he was going to become a psychologist, and I don't know whatever happened to him, but I'm believing that he probably did. But he wrote this poem. He said, when you look into a soldier's eyes, you see the images locked deep inside, the torture and hate he has seen, the deaths of friends that have been fulfilled, horrific gore, the madness of war, the deaths of the innocents, their piercing scream. Now you too won't be able to dream. That steely-eyed soldier was just a boy until war took all his joy. So when you meet distant eyes, think of what he has seen and why he wears that disguise. Again, I can have 2 people here, they experience the same thing and they're going to react differently to it. And as we heard yesterday, we need to prepare for what we may see in war. We need to still ourselves because, again, war is hard. It's not and there's a lot of hua going into it, but that hua gives way as soon as we have the first engagement. What you do and what you raised your right hand to do is noble. This is the greatest civilization that's ever been on this face of the earth. And our founders, mothers, believed that we were evolving towards a more perfect union, and it's our responsibility as Americans to make sure that keeps happening. And unfortunately, war is necessary at times. And I want to thank you for your willingness to face that and to lay down your lives, if called to, for all of us. When I came back from Iraq, the chief of chaplains called me and said, you're one of the first chaplains back who has a counseling license. He said, I need somebody to run the counseling training center at Fort Benning. I need you to go over there. I was at Fort Stewart at the time, 3rd Infantry. I remember getting here, and of course, a lot of people were fresh back from the war. And I remember in a short period of time talking to two young men, both snipers, and it was interesting because once again this idea or this thought about moral injury came up, because the one told me, he said, you know, Chaplain, I was raised in a very conservative Christian home. I'm very proud of my service. I'm proud of what I did. But he said, you know, sometimes at night I lay there thinking about some of the people I killed. And it makes me feel a little uneasy. The other sniper, in a different conversation, he said, you know, Chaplain, I'm angry. I'm very angry. He said, they pulled me out 2 weeks early. And right after they pulled me out, next week, 4 of my guys were killed. And he said, you know, if I would have been on that rooftop, that wouldn't have happened. I could have saved those 4 lives. I would have killed those bastards. And I'll contend with you today that both of those guys had some moral injury. One, because they had killed too many, maybe. The other one, because they weren't there to kill more. Moral injury is very specific to you as a person. It is your moral compass. It's not for somebody else to judge. How many of you have seen the movie Lone Survivor? Yeah, you remember there's a scene in there where they have to decide whether they're going to light up some kids or not. And he says, no, we're not going to do it. It's a moral choice. This guy was there with us when we took Baghdad. I was part of the drive on March 20th, which is, 22 years ago now. That morning we went across the berm. It took us about 3 weeks to get to Baghdad. First major battles outside the first Gulf War since probably World War II. But Noah Pierce was a part of the invasion, and unfortunately 4 years later he would take his life. He had trouble reconciling what he had done, what he was called to do, with who he was. And he wrote his mom a note before he took his life. He said, so tell me how we are heroes. These are things that you need to wrestle with before you go to war. Because as we heard yesterday, you have to be able to deal with this on the other side. That drive into Baghdad was full of emotions. I mean, highs and lows every day. And we were engaging just about every day. Some of you who are old enough to remember and may have seen pictures in books, but we had this, right in the middle of this drive to Baghdad, we had this terrific sandstorm, this red clouds just rolled in and became totally dark, and you could hear thunder. and all of a sudden big clumps of mud were dropping on my vehicle. We were stationary for 12 hours. Finally, the sun comes out, I get out of my vehicle, and holy crap, we are co-located with 37 Cav, the tip of the spear. That's the fog of war where you get, you're in the wrong place. Anyway, I get out of my vehicle and I'm walking among the soldiers, and up to this point, they had done the most engagement. They're the one that shot the most bullets so far. And I'm walking among the men, and the commander comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, Chaplain, how you doing?" And I said, "Fine, sir." I said, "I'm just walking around talking to your soldiers." He said, "How are they doing?" I said, "Well, they're starting to talk about some of the killing they've done." And he said, "Chaplain, I don't want them doing that." I said, "Well, sir, at some point they have to talk about it." "Well, let's wait until we take Baghdad." Is there some wisdom in that? Yeah, there's some wisdom in that. His fear was that his men would become combat ineffective as they dealt with those psychological moral issues. I'll give you a simple definition of moral injury. Moral injury occurs when in a moment I do what I have to do, what I'm trained to do, what's right in the moment, but later on I feel like I've violated my moral compass somehow. I have spent the last 20 years sitting with soldiers who are working it out, processing their stuff, trying to find wholeness again and health again, who've done what they've been called to do, what they needed to do, what our nation asked them to do, what they promised to do, and yet sometimes not feeling good about it. And I've got lots of stories, but I don't want to violate any particular client that I've had or any particular soldier. As a counselor, I'm bound by HIPAA. As a chaplain, I'm bound by privilege. But I'm going to tell you a few stories, the ones that I can. And as I tell them, some of them are composites, some of them have changed a few things to protect the identities of people. But they're very real. Moral injury happens back here. We have the contract with the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department, and I will tell you that they run into a lot of situations where they have to make split-second decisions and where they maybe second-guess themselves. I asked in my training I did with the Police Department, I said, let's say you arrive at a home, there's domestic violence, mom and dad beat the crap out of each other, you've got to arrest somebody, take them out of the house, and so you're putting dad in handcuffs, and a 4-year-old girl walks out of her bedroom and she's crying, she says, "Mr. Policeman, please don't take my daddy." Now, a lot of those officers, that's not going to bother them. But there's going to be some who are going to say, "You know what? When I decided to become a police officer, I didn't think or realize that I was going to be making a 4-year-old girl cry." And they're going to walk away doing their duty, satisfied they did their duty, but they're going to have a little moral compunction about it. It just feel good. During the invasion, when we got up near Bayat, the airport there in Baghdad, terrific firefights. My unit was south about 20 or 30 miles, but most of the other chaplains were up close. And we spent a lot of time processing what we had gone through because it's very surreal. But when the chaplain assistant told the story freely, so I'm not betraying his confidence, But he was having a really, really hard time. Because as they were approaching the airport, there were these walls along this road, and up on the walls were Iraqis shooting down at them, terrible. And he had to get out of his vehicle, and he killed 2 Iraqis, took them off the wall. And he said to us, as we were processing this, he said, you know, when I joined the Army as a religious affairs specialist, as chaplain assistant then, he said, I joined because I wanted to help the chapel. I wanted to help with Vacation Bible School and Sunday school, and he said, I never thought that I was going to have to kill another human being. Well, the reality is if you're in the Army, what? You have to do that. It's what I'm trained to do, what I have to do. And you may feel bad about it, or you may not feel bad about it. Share another story here, and it's a composite story. Several just like it. Special operations, got to go in the village, bust down the door, take out a high-value target. Middle of the night, so they arrive. Guys surround the house. 2 guys bust the door down, go through the front door. The one grabs the man of the house. The other one goes to clear the room. There's women and children. Everybody's screaming, crying. He comes back into the man, and the high-value target now has his. And he's got to make a split-second decision. What does he do? He saves his buddy and takes the life. They go to pull the body out of the house, and the team says, hey, we're at the wrong house. Right? Moral injury. Now, some people are going to process that. They're going to be okay with that, and others are going to have to deal with that for a long time. Again, nothing else here today with. It's realizing that moral injury, that tension that comes from living in this world. My tension may not be what? Your tension. But if you're going to be in this profession and you're going to go to war, you got to prepare yourself for the possibility that I will be in situations that will take me a while to work through. I was a Pentagon chaplain for a while, and I'm walking down the hall. I had to go say a prayer. I shouldn't say had to, because I had a general officer correct me one day. He said, "Chaplain, don't you get to say a prayer?" "Yes, sir. You're correct." But anyway, down the hall, a general officer friend of mine came up and, "Hey, chaplain, this workshop on moral." I said, "Well, what's that? Tell me about it." What he said to me. He said, "You know what moral injury is?" And I said, "No, sir." Now, he had been a division commander. And like a lot of the commanders walking around the Pentagon in those days, they carried in their breast pocket index cards. What do you think was the family, the phone numbers, the date of death? And a lot of those guys religiously did what? On those anniversary dates, what do? They call. I'll tell you what, all ranks, and those who have had the responsibility of being in command, and some of you have been there, so you're, and send off, get getting ready to deploy, the families are coming up, you've got wives and husbands, parents, all saying the same thing to the commander. What are they saying to the commander? Bring what? Bring my son, my daughter back home. But what's the reality of war? Ain't gonna bring everybody home. Now some people deal with that pretty effectively, and others carry a burden of that. And they carry those cards around. But you know, he didn't cards he carried that day. This is what he told me. It's not the number of men I lost. It's not the number of enemy combatants. My moral injury was I was gone from my family for 4.5 years. And I wasn't there for our birthdays and anniversaries. I wasn't there to take my kids to look for their colleges. I missed 4.5 years of their life. An all-volunteer army. And in ways that he had to this profession, he made. At times I'm going to have to put my family where? On the back burner. Does that mean he walks away with that without having some feelings about it? No, he had feelings about it. He was angry about it. The other thing I want to say to all of you today, as a pastor, as a clinician, is it's times, particularly in combat, when dealing with stuff that I have to I'm dealing with and do what? Put it aside, and I can deal with it later. OSs is our best soldiers are the ones who can put it aside, go downrange, do what they have to do, come back, and find a time to be what's happened, and process it, and come to terms with it, and find their peace. Now let me tell you a little bit about what science says. The thing that makes us resilient in life, the most powerful thing that we have in our arsenal, is our relationships. Neuroscience, neurobiology over the last 25 years, that we are hardwired to be in safe, caring relationships. If we have people around us who support us, encourage us, who love us, we will do incredible things. March 20th, dark, 30, sitting on the Kuwait border. I'm sitting there. I've prayed all my prayers. I've cried all my tears. I don't know if I'm going to live or die that day. We've got 20,000 body bags with us. Why? Going into Iraq. We're going to get slimed. I hate those suits and that mask. But it's going to keep me alive. And during the drive to Baghdad, we pulled those out and put those on so many times because those Scud missiles would come in and we thought we were all going to get. But we were ready. I can't say we. I was ready. That morning sitting there, I thought about my family, thought about my God, thought about the church family back home, I thought about my friends, thought about all the people praying for me, and I knew I may not live through the day, but it was okay. Because I was determined to do what I was called to do. And my job is trigger. But my job as a chaplain was to be there for you who pulled the trigger. And I've been fortunate in my life to continue to be there and have jobs like I do now. Continue to. Up here a little, I'll tell you a funny story. So, a soldier come in one day, and he'd been downrange. He'd watched his buddies get blown up in the vehicle in front of him. He had to get out and pick up the body parts. Commander was back in the vehicle because they didn't know if they would follow an attack, which a lot of times there was. So he's picked up a few body parts, and they're driving away. He looks in the mirror, and what does he see? What did you see in Iraq or Afghanistan? Saw the dogs. The dogs coming out to pick up. He came back to the States, and like my dad, he was different. He had all of those PTSD symptoms, right? Hypervigilance. You know, whoever in the PX system decided to sell weapons, because when I grew up, I worked in the PX, we didn't have weapons, but whoever decided to sell weapons in the last 15 years in the PX system, I mean, they've made a lot of money. Because it's wired into me downrange. What do I have to be safe? Got to have my weapon. Got a little of that. Don't exactly feel safe because the world doesn't exactly feel safe anymore. So I've got 5 guns at the house, but what am I going to do? I'm going to buy 5 more. It's kind of here in Columbus because you can always tell who the retired soldiers are. Next to the wall in the corner, got their eyes on the door, right? In there, right? Anyway, the soldier wasn't feeling, and he's carrying a 9mm under his blouse on post. Now, tell me what the rules about that are. Can't do it. Can't do it. Oh, it hasn't changed since I left the Army, right? But why is he doing it? Because he doesn't feel what? Safe. It was probably 6 weeks later he comes in and he goes, Chaplain, I'm not carrying my 9mm today. And I'm thinking, great, we're making progress. He goes, yeah. He lifts up his blouse. He bought a stun gun. I said, you know what, when you come in here and you're carrying a water pistol, come a long way, right? Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about PTS and how it's different than moral injury, because they are different. Sometimes they're comorbid, sometimes they're built around the same thing, sometimes they're completely separate. You can have one without the other, you can have both. But the difference between post-traumatic stress, and if you go through trauma, you're going to have post-traumatic stress. It doesn't mean you're going to have a disorder. But the way we're created, the body, the mind react. Hypervigilant. Because I went through something where 5 minutes ago the world is safe and now it's not safe. You know, from the moment we're born, the brain has one main mission. It's to keep us safe. So I'm constantly scanning what's safe. And over time, familiarity, I've been here, done this, the world feels relatively safe, but what happens in a traumatic event? 5 minutes ago, the world was completely safe, and after this trauma event, what? The world is now what? Not safe. And my brain, and again, we're all different, but my brain will immediately put up a wall because now it's hypervigilant. Is it safe? Is it not safe? The problem with putting up a wall is it does what? With all of our relationships. Keeps them out. And yet, all of the protocols, all the science around PTS and getting better all say the same thing. All have the same common thread. I've got to find safe, caring relationships again to be able to let the wall down. But here's the irony. What's happening? I don't feel safe. In order to feel safe, I have to have people on this side of the wall with me, but what am I not doing? And so all the protocols are designed to create that safety. How many of you ever been to Target? Okay? If you want to see mamas and toddlers, where do you go? Target, right? So you go in there, and here's a mama, and she's going through the clothes racks. And invariably, if she's standing at the clothes rack, that toddler is where? Underneath, right? Playing games. But if you watch, within a matter of seconds, that toddler is going to do what? Going to look out. What are they looking for? Looking for mom. Safe attachment. If I know mom is there, then what am I going to do? I'm going to go back in. I may even go to the next rack. So here's one of the ironies of being a human being. When I feel safe, I will venture out. I will do incredible things. I will climb higher, run faster, swim further, if I'm safe. Main point here today about how we still ourselves for war. Because our soul needs this. Our soul needs relationships. You know, the Army has studied this multiple times. In the thick of things, in the midst of that firefight, am I fighting for America, apple pie, the flag? What am I fighting for? I'm fighting for you, my buddies to the right and left. We will do incredible things for one another. We will make incredible sacrifices if we know we have that relationship. I will tell you the difference between people getting healthy coming back from war and not getting healthy is their relationships. It's in that crucible that I get well. If I don't have that, if I'm isolated, what happens to me? What do we know about human beings if they're isolated? We begin to come apart. My dad was a psychological warfare officer in Vietnam. If he wanted to break down a prisoner, what did he do? He isolated him because they didn't do well. So when we talk about the soul in war, the biggest thing we can do, besides preparing ourselves for the horror that we will experience, mentally preparing those exercises, is having safe, caring relationships. Because those two things right there have been what I have seen in 20 years of counseling soldiers coming back from war. Those are the two most powerful things. And when you talk about relationships, here's my chaplain hat. When you talk about relationships, in my mind, the most powerful relationship is this one. But God in His goodness gives us what? Also this one with each other. So if I want to come back from war and be able to find some new normal, I need to prepare myself, both mentally and spiritually, because war is hard. It's the nature of this world. We heard that yesterday, right? It's the nature of this world. I have had the privilege of sitting with people who for years have been avoiding touching their story. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you at my clinical practice right now, the past 2 years, 2006, 2007, 2009, I've got soldiers coming in, and for the first time since then, they're starting to touch that story. Now, what happens when we don't touch our story? What's the tendency? When we don't give voice to the pain. What do people do when they're pushing it down? I don't want to touch that. And I've already told you that you can't touch that sometimes when you're downrange, because what? You just lost somebody on a mission, but in 12 hours you're going to go straight back down that road on another mission, and I can't be absorbed with the pain that I just experienced right now. I have to put it aside for a while. But at some point, I've got to touch it.
It entrenches, the perspectives get skewed,
Yeah.
the unprocessed emotion wraps around other things, and it just gets buried, and then when it gets unearthed,
Yeah.
it connects in places you don't expect.
Yeah, it's going to pop out someplace, right?
Relationships get strained.
Relationship with strain?
They also may engage in ever-escalating risky behavior.
Yeah. When I was a garrison chaplain here, I always knew when the next unit was back, because I'd be driving to that front gate, and here comes a motorcycle going 95 miles an hour past me. Right? Addicted to the rush, and affairs, and drug abuse, alcohol abuse is going to pop out someplace. I've got to touch my story. I got to give. I had a chaplain friend. Well, I still have a chaplain friend. Haven't got rid of him. But I have a chaplain friend. He was raised on a Native American reservation. And he was there when the night, he was on that operation with Paul Tillman when Paul Tillman was killed. It had effect on him. When he got back, he went out to Little Bighorn with a sleeping bag and spent 3 nights touching his stuff. He needed to do that in order to what? Get back. Right? How am I doing on time?
Sir, you had about 20 minutes left.
Okay, 20 minutes. Look. My wife always gets mad at me because she'll say, how'd you do? And I said, well, I got through 10 of my 50 slides. Right? Moral injury is a serious transgression that leads to mortal conflict of the soul, and one's experience is at odds with one's core ethical or moral values. I am a firm believer that we can process our moral injuries and get better, but we have to be honest that they're there. And again, it's my moral injury, because you and I can be battle buddies, go through the same thing. What have I told you, like 5 times now? Different. May not be your moral injury. You're a different person, different background, different experiences. I'll tell you about something that was very meaningful to me. I'm going to tell you 2 stories that were very meaningful to me in Iraq in those first couple of weeks. I remember this because we were just talking about Native Americans. My security detail, because I was out on the road every day. I had soldiers from Kuwait all the way into Baghdad. So I'm out on the road every day. My security detail, at that time, I had to have 4 vehicles, 2 of them with crew serve weapons, in order for me just to get around. That's a lot of resources for the chaplain, right? But every night I would, it was a reserve unit out of Arizona, and all of them were Arizona highway patrolmen. So I felt relatively what? Safe, because they knew what they were doing. And they'd say, Chaplain, where are you going tomorrow? And I'd tell them where I wanted to go, and they'd say, okay, let's meet up at grid such and such tomorrow morning, and we'll give you cover. This one particular morning, one of the soldiers who was Navajo. He was a Christian as well. He said, "Chaplain, do you want to pray with me in the morning?" Of course, chaplain's not going to say no to any soldier that says, "You want to pray with me?" You know? I said, "Yes." So he said, "We need to get up before sunrise," and we did, and we're in the motor pool, makeshift motor pool. And as the sun's coming up, he says, "I'll start, you finish." And he begins to pray, and he begins to pray first in Navajo and then in English. Then I pray. And then he takes this little deerskin pouch, he opens it up, and it was full of corn husk pollen. And he takes it and he throws it up in the air. Lets it drip. And then he looks at me, no fear, determined. He said, "Chaplain, I'm ready for the day." When we went across that berm, we didn't know whether we were going to live or die that day. Had all these scuds. I was fortunate. Almost every chaplain vehicle, third ID, had holes in it from fire. Mine didn't. Closest I came was a couple of mortars overhead. Somebody was trying to hit us. A couple of scuds, a lot of debris coming down. But I was fortunate. Another meaningful time. So once we got stationary, we were 30 miles south of Baghdad in a farm area. And of course, we sent out patrols every day. And the people were very gracious. They would invite our soldiers in, they would feed them. And Civil Affairs came and got me and said, "Chaplain, we'd like you to sit down with the local imam." And so I went over to his house, and very gracious, provided tea, and you know, the sugar is kind of a gift, that big bowl of sugar, and we're sitting there. Now, I had been a parish pastor to a farm congregation on the Rio Grande River. And my farm families had farmed that land on the Rio Grande River for about 100 years. He was a pastor to a farm community where they had farmed that land for 6,000 years. And we talked about different things. We talked about politics, we talked about the world, we talked about faith, talked about being spiritual leaders. And he said this to me, he said, "Chaplain, you know, war is a terrible thing." He said, most of us want what everybody in the world wants. We want to be able to go to work, send our kids to school, and live in peace. You know, we got stationary there, and a hospital came up and co-located with us. And this is like 3 days after the fighting ceased, at least the active fighting. And all of a sudden, we had all of these Iraqi young men lined up at our gate because they knew we had a hospital, and they all had gunshot wounds. And they all had the same story. You know what that story was? "I accidentally shot myself." Well, we knew that wasn't true. So we did treat them for a few days, and then there were two Iraqi doctors that had a little clinic, and we gave them a bunch of supplies because we didn't really want them coming on our compound. People are people. Moral injury happens on both sides. Some of the most horrendous stories that soldiers have shared, I'll be honest, I've gone home in the evenings, and I've carried a little bit of that with me. But I know that war is necessary at times. I'm more convinced at this age that it should always be the last resort. And I'm more convinced than ever, you can't walk away without some effect. It might be minimal, it might be great, But if you touch the story, if you give voice to it, you'll get better. As a chaplain, I've done a lot of funerals, buried a lot of World War II, Vietnam, Korean vets. Invariably with the World War II vets, the families will tell me they came back from the war and they never what? They never talked about it. That's why we have VFWs and American Legion, right? So we can go touch those stories. It is a privilege and honor for me to have somebody sit and tell their sacred story. Because no matter how painful it is, how hard it is a sacred story. You know, Chaplain Randall was kind of alluding to that, you know, the killing of a human being, as hard as that sounds, there's a spiritual component to that. And it needs to be touched in order for us to get better. I've got, you know, I'm a preacher, so I can go on and on. But how about some questions?
Hey, sir, Chaplain Souza. So you talked a couple of times about how people are different, respond differently. I'm sure. Yeah. So Chaplain Souza, you mentioned a couple of times how people respond differently
Yes.
to events that trigger moral injury.
Yes.
What if there's a person right now who doesn't want to touch their stuff, insists on not touching their stuff, but yet their relationships are, is this possible? Their relationships are healthy, their life is going in a good direction, and they're just settled in not doing that. I mean, is that a possible positive reaction?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you this. That person may be able to go to the grave and not do it and not need to do it. Because somehow they found a way to live without it darkening their door. Again, don't ever put people in boxes because we're so different. And never shame somebody because their reaction to something is different than yours. We're all different. That was a great question. What else?
Question. Every week we get a little update of what's going on regarding intel in Ukraine, in Russia, what's going on in their fighting. Have you encountered or heard anything about, from a psychological, an emotional, or spiritual dimension, what's happening with soldiers either in Russia or Ukraine regarding their post-traumatic stress or moral injury, and how they're coping on the battlefield with losses that are untold and uncountable?
And I'm glad that you're asking that, because what we know from history and also from science is it's different dynamics when you have that kind of casualties. As horrible as the war on global terrorism has been and the losses we've had, most of those losses are what? 3 here, 5 there, maybe 13 over here. We haven't had those situations where we lose 600 in a day. It's a very different dynamic. Think of trauma. Okay, so let me say this. The brain, the way we're created, that brain can process trauma. It's designed to do that. We're going to process it, we're going to get through it, just like grief. Most of us are going to get through grief without getting stuck. But we also know from science that grief and trauma are cumulative. So processing the loss of 3 of my battle buddies versus the loss of my entire unit is probably going to overwhelm me, right? And it's going to produce different and heavier psychological effects. And we're looking at scenarios going into the future, God forbid, that we have those kinds of wars where, like World War I or World War II, we're taking these mass casualties, or like we see today in Ukraine or Russia. I have talked to soldiers coming out of some of our operations in and around Gaza and what that's been like. So yeah, it's a different, it's exponential. So we'll deal with that differently. Yes.
Good morning, I'm Chaplain Turner from 197th Infantry Brigade. I'm also a family life chaplain. I have a
Oh.
two-part question.
Yes.
First, with all of your experience from more of a clinical perspective, what have you found to be the most effective therapeutic model with regard to treating PTS? And then, secondly, for those in the room who are not clinically trained, what would you say would be the best way to get after dealing with PTS in a LISCO environment?
Okay. So first part of that.
I love EMDR. If you don't know what that is, Google it, watch a video on it. It's not always effective, but it can be incredibly effective. The other thing is you can't force somebody to tell their story before they are what? Ready. So you've got somebody struggling, the best thing you can do, support them, be their battle buddy, be the ear for that time when they want to touch that story. As a matter of fact, if you force somebody to touch their story before they're ready, you're just traumatizing them more. They're not ready to tell it. Good questions. Other questions?
Sir, so we've got leaders that are getting ready to go out and be PLs in the force, all the way up to UMTs that are advising four-star commands.
Yeah.
You talked about relationships and having effective relationships being that key piece to engaging, and Lewis talks about the four loves, your heart becoming impenetrable, unbreakable, and coffin. And so love and relationship being what opens that up. How do you advise that we foster relationships within our sphere of influence, whether that's at the PL level, all the way up to the UMT that's advising?
Again, excellent question. Relationships come about when we do what? When we care and when we listen, right? And I've had, in 35 years, I worked for a lot of commanders. 4 of those commanders became 4 stars. So I've seen a lot of different personalities. I've had commanders throw me out of their office multiple times. But the one thing I kept doing is I kept caring. I kept going back. When you care for somebody and love them, eventually, hopefully, they'll let down the wall and let you in. You can't force it. You can't hurry it. It's casting seeds. Good questions. Yes. One more question. Oh, one more question. Yes.
Chaplain Ramsey with AWOL. I had a question. So there was a training I went through, traumatic event management.
Okay.
And we ran into a conflict with our psych doc when we were deploying. And we had an instance where we had a multiple suicide event. And I had been trained, hey, this is an event where we need to bring people together and talk about it and process it, especially right before our deployment. He was contrary to that.
Okay.
Based on your side, you're kind of on both lines. What is the scenario that we reach, or should we use things like traumatic event management when we do have to keep the mission going, and there has been something of that nature, or even more violent, loss of several lives, more than just 2?
Right. So that does present a dilemma, but I will say this: do what you can with who you can, But don't force anybody to be in that room, because, again, you risk re-traumatizing. By and large, the medical folks, and in my career, the medical folks and I have always worked well together. We're on the same team, same mission. Occasionally, just like in the Chaplain Corps, there's some of this. But again, touching the story and determining when to touch the story is important. So that's where it sounds like you guys were at odds. I want to read this in closing. It says, PTSD as a diagnosis has a tendency to depoliticize a veteran's disquietude and turn it into a mental disorder. The term moral injury takes the problem out of the hands of the mental health professional and the military and attempts to place it where it belongs, in society, in community, and family, precisely where moral questions should be posed and wrestled with. It transforms patients back into citizens and diagnoses into dialogue. At this stage of American history, it's hard to imagine just what that might look like, but all the same, it's an attempt that must be made. It's far too easy for people at home, particularly those who have not directly been affected by war, and right now that's about 98% of the population, to shed a disingenuous tear for the veteran, donate a few bucks, and whisk them off to the closest shrink, out of sight and out of mind. Embracing what it means to be human, embracing what it means to be a human at war, embracing what it means to be a veteran, and not giving it a clinical label, but seeing it for what it really is. It's just part of being humanity. We hurt sometimes, and we're put in impossible situations at times, and it's okay to be human and take the time we need to heal our wounds. 2 books I would commend to you today. So there's this book by David Kieran. He is a professor at the Columbus State University. He currently is a visiting professor at the War College. And he wrote this book on the untold story of military's mental health crisis, signature wounds. He actually interviewed a lot of the people I worked for when I went up to work for FMWRC about what we were attempting to do early in the war as far as mental health. And then this other book, What Have We Done? The Moral Injury of Our Longest War. It's written by David Wood. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner. He called me while I was in the Pentagon and he said, hey, Chaplain, he said, I've been a war correspondent for 30 years. He said, I grew up as a Quaker, and if you know anything about Quakers, they're pacifists, right? They advocate peace. So I grew up as a Quaker, but he's been a war correspondent for 30 years, and he said, Chaplain, do you think I'm working something out? And I laughed, and I said, yeah. But he talked to me, he said, somebody just introduced me to this idea of moral injury, and he said, I think there's something to it, because in 30 years of being on the battlefield, he said, it makes sense to me. He said, do you think I ought to write a book? And I said, yes, and then he contacted me several times after that, and talks about some of our conversations in that book. But if we're only talking about post-traumatic stress disorder, we're only talking about the body's response to trauma. But we're not just physical beings. We're emotional, spiritual, existential beings. And that's moral injuries domain. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I love the Army. If I had to do it all over again, I'd do everything the same. I've had a good life, a long life. I'm old now, and someday I'll get promoted beyond this place. But thank you, as an old soldier, to be invited back to talk to the next generation is an incredible blessing for me today. So thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain Winnick, for your presentation today. At this time, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. The symposium will resume back in this space at 10:30.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank
I'm
you.
a civilian, but I really enjoyed your speech.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Should give you this other one.
you very much.
All right.
Where'd you go to med school?
Went in Chicago at a place called...
I'm sorry. I just doubting myself.
Oh, there it goes. You're good. Adler University, which specializes in military clin psych.
Oh, excellent.
So yeah, it's good stuff, man. Right. So we just got a mixed batch today in terms of people.
It's interesting. I thought I'd have more of my eyeball students over here today, but I think they were doing getting ready for an RPA.
Yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Everybody staying pretty much on track with schedule today?
Yes.
Okay.
So you have all the way until 11:45. That includes Q&A if you want to do Q&A.
Okay. I built in 15 minutes for Q&A, so I basically built it for about an hour and then just leaving it open for that.
Right.
So
I will give you a heads up at about 15 minutes till, unless you're right on time.
Okay.
I kind of watched the time. If you start, I was about to have to give Chaplain Waynick a wave, and then he's trying.
All right, sounds good. I'll turn this. Will this mess with your speaker if I turn this on?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay.
Please find your seats. The symposium will resume momentarily. Good morning and welcome back. Our next presenter is Major Harlon Leech. He is the current command psychologist for the 75th Ranger Regiment, serving as the primary psychological consultant to the regimental command team in support of over 3,000 Army Rangers. Major Leech's responsibilities include overseeing the psychological assessments of over 2,500 Rangers annually across multiple assessment and selection platforms for junior, mid-grade, and senior leadership within the 75th Ranger Regiment. Major Leech has served in both clinical and operational capacities for the Ranger Regiment since 2021 and has gained extensive experience assisting leaders in navigating complex legal and ethical considerations as it pertains to personnel selection, practices, and managing overall behavioral health care needs of the Ranger Regiment. Prior to joining the 75th Ranger Regiment, Major Leech completed his clinical psychological internship and residency at Womack Army Medical Center from 2018 to 2021. Please help us in welcoming Major Harlon Leech.
All right, can everybody hear me okay? All right, well, good morning. Appreciate everybody having me here today. Big shout out to chaplains, and I'm really honored to be here to speak to you all today, this morning. Before we get started, I really appreciate the introduction. Major Harlon Leech, a little bit about myself that hasn't already been included. Originally from Charleston, South Carolina, and I did my undergraduate education at the University of Pittsburgh, graduate education at Adler University in Chicago, which specialized in military clinical psychology. And I've been in the Army since 2018, so about 7 years total, 13 years total time in military service to include the Navy. So on a ship far, far away, long time ago, I was a U.S. Navy submariner, fire control technician, enlisted type. So needless to say, I appreciate and very much love my job that I have now. So when we think about psychological resilience or psychological care, the warrior's mind and body, I really draw a lot of that knowledge from the current framework for which I operate within the Ranger Regiment right now. So there's really three pillars of success when it comes to supporting the Ranger Regiment as the regimental psychologist. And that's helping to build a strong force through our assessment and selection initiatives. So we have 6 ongoing assessment and selection programs and assess up to 3,000 Ranger candidates every year that I'm directly involved with. So I help to consult regimental leaders on potential hiring risks to make sure that the right people are in the right seats. The other is performance optimization services. So we're thinking about leader development. So leader professional development, executive coaching, how to enhance the performance there. Nothing's necessarily broken, it's how do we make the machine go faster and longer. And then the clinical services, how do we get people back into the fight and how do we enhance their ability to remain in that fight. So in my time in this seat, I've had a lot of opportunity to consult with senior regimental leadership about what it takes to be successful, particularly from a warrior standpoint. when it comes to sustaining your longevity in the fight and what it takes to be resilient. And I started thinking about our objectives here and what we're going to talk about today. And that's what I'm going to draw that experience off of. So we're going to talk about the mission statement. So I know that yesterday was more focused towards the war fighter. Today is more support. I understand that we have a bit of a mixed batch, but I think overall, today we're going to be speaking to more of the support agents, the medical support for the war fighter, but we can all still take away messages. I'm going to talk about the Regimental Leader Survey, in their own words, what makes people successful. What makes people successful in their ability to withstand the rigors of military service, to be able to execute in high-stress scenarios, and also to keep themselves psychologically fit throughout the course of their service. And then we're going to talk about how do we message those lessons learned to our warriors, and then what that path forward is. And then I'll leave some time at the end for questions and answers about my experience and any questions based off of the lecture today. So when I think about our role in terms of supporting the warfighter, and this is kind of what I came up with, and this is how I would define, our responsibility here. And so I won't read directly from the slide here, but I will draw your attention to, I believe, kind of the most important takeaways from this. And so this idea that we have to be attuned to the challenges faced by our warriors today, and how critical that is to enhancing resilience, lethality, and ensuring psychological wellness during and after service. So when we think about what that means, what I've personally experienced, what I've seen on the ground, is typically when it comes to support personnel, we're operating from a bit of a bubble. And when it comes to actually supporting warriors, I think it's critical that we understand that we have a dual purpose here as supportive agents for our combatants. And really what that is that we support both the soldier and we also support the organization. So we are a force multiplier. So not only are we focused on psychological wellness, we are, for all intents and purposes, increasing resilience that's going to allow them to become more lethal on the battlefield and also to make sure they can go home to their families intact. And if they're not, have the resources to be able to get them back into the fight or to transition them on to the next chapter when they're done. As we move forward through this, I want to keep in mind that I'm going to ask a lot of rhetorical questions, and I want each and every one of you to really engage the material and start thinking about where your place in these wars to come. Where is your place? Where is my purpose here? How can I support each and every person that I stand in front of? And so I'm going to ask a lot of rhetorical questions. If you have answers, you can shout them out, but I don't expect anything. Just get you to start thinking, okay? And so when I talk about this attunement to the challenges faced by our warriors, think about it like this. If I was a mechanic and somebody brought me in their race car, but I don't know it's a race car, and I start doing a lot of maintenance on that vehicle, I might not know exactly how that vehicle is being tested. I might put the wrong oil in it. I might fix the timing chain incorrectly. I might put the wrong tires on it. And I don't have an intimate understanding of how that machine is being tested day in and day out in order to best provide the recommendations for intervention and services. And that's how I liken it to people that we interact with every day. It's okay to ask questions. I think it's encouraged so that we can better understand the nuances of what it's like for our warriors to be in combat. What are the sights? What are the smells? What are the experiences? So that we can provide sensitive, tailored interventions to help them or get them in front of the people who can. So I could read 100 books. I could study this for 100 years. But at the end of the day, I want to hear it from the warriors themselves. So what I did over the past couple of months is I sent out leader surveys to people who have been in the military for a significant amount of time and have seen a significant amount of combat. And I asked them questions about their experiences in order to leverage their words and their knowledge to better shape this message. And what came out of this was a resounding interest in sharing about these experiences, and it culminated in hearing from experiences of individuals cumulatively with over 100 combat deployments and over 100 years of combat experience and military experience. And so when we talk about today is going to be, you're going to hear directly from regimental leadership about what their experiences with war is like and in combat and what they've done to optimize their physical and mental health. So this is an example of the survey that I sent out to our leaders. It asked us questions: what did you do to optimize your mental health throughout the course of your career? What was your experience with combat like? Did you feel prepared? As somebody who's experienced combat, What have you done to keep yourself in the fight? Questions like that, really getting at the nuances of what it's like to be in combat from the people themselves, from the warriors themselves, and what they have done to make sure they've stayed in the fight. And so it yielded a lot of interesting results. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time in the day to go through all of the data, but I will be sharing direct quotes, and I will be sharing some of the data that I think helped shape this message about how we support our warfighters. So one of the responses to this question, or one of the questions that I asked was, what have you done to maintain your optimal mental health? And the responses were pretty robust. And when I evaluated it, I put it into a word cloud to look at any common themes that people brought up. What did they talk about when it came to optimizing mental health? Did they access services? Did they do talk therapy? Did they access their chaplain? And this was some of the preliminary results. The larger the font, the more common the response. So think about any themes that you see in this and the words from our leaders. All right, I'll make it a little easier. So fitness, faith, and purpose. I think purpose is going to be something that we're going to talk about a lot today. We're going to also talk about faith, and we're also going to talk about fitness. But I believe what this represents is just the tip of the iceberg. What's underneath all of this? How do we connect all the dots and put the data together in a cohesive narrative so we better understand what it means to be resilient and what it means to care for somebody, what it means to care for yourself? Again, that psychological care of the warrior's mind and body.
No one will ever be mad at you for trying your hand in combat. They will laud you for being brave enough to do it. However, your subordinates will forever hold it against you if you cannot handle it. Combat is a sport. You win or lose, and it is very much a zero-sum game. You need to be ready for that fact. Be anti-fragile. Stay violent. Always be in control of yourself.
I found this input particularly powerful for one reason. Well, not for one reason, but the main reason that stood out to me right now is that there is nothing inherently wrong or bad about the idea that you can try your hand at combat and decide that it is not for you. Regimental leaders and leaderships across the Army enterprise will agree, if your heart is not in this, and this is not your purpose, this is not your calling, and you've decided that with all of your heart after consulting all the resources, there's nothing wrong with pursuing what you value most in life. What will create resentment and potentially a dangerous situation if you find yourself in combat and you were unprepared because you were undisciplined and you were not fully bought into the training? You were not fully committed. You didn't ask yourself that question about, why am I here? Why am I putting my body on the line? Why am I ready to sacrifice myself? What is the higher purpose that I'm representing here? In the 2,000 to 3,000 candidates that come through the regimental selection program every year, there's a common question that I ask all of them that sit in front of me. So, technology just failed us, but I'll continue. There's a common question that I ask, and it's usually after walking through the FTXs, walking through their training, seeing what they're doing to put their bodies on the line. And it's simply, why are you here? What's driving you? What's your why? Why are you putting your body on the line? Why are you doing hard things? And it's not to discourage them. It's really about assessing what are their drives and motivations, because that's going to equate to resilience. You are going to be stuck in a fight one day, and you're going to have to ask yourself, is this worth it? And if you can ask yourself that early and often through the dedication and commitment that you put out every day towards your training and preparation, it's going to make a world of difference. And that's also particularly supported by the literature. We administered a survey to a lot of candidates that go through the selection programs. And what we found when we asked them, why are you here, is that having a higher purpose and a connectedness to others was a very strong predictor of whether or not they were going to quit the program. So, think about that in mind as you continue to go through these slides, or if they ever get them back up. About that purpose, that reason that we're here. The one thing that stood out about this particular saying as well is thinking about that discipline and that commitment. What would cause somebody to not be disciplined? What would cause somebody not to be committed? And we constantly go back to purpose. I love the saying that the preparation, that discipline, that training, it breeds competence. So the more disciplined you are every day in learning something new and pushing yourself to new limits, the more competent you become. The more competent and knowledgeable you become after you get those reps over and over and over again, continuously pushing your body and being successful day in and day out. You're going to be able to start building that confidence. And with that confidence comes resilience. That resiliency to overcome challenges, because you challenge yourself every single day. You're building that confidence to overcome problems, essentially. So that's your litmus test on a day-to-day basis. So we talk about that discipline to push yourself, to engage in the training, to trust your instincts. It all comes back to the preparation, the discipline, and how much you're throwing yourself into the training that then relates to how bought in are you? Are you living your why? So this idea of being bought in, that's the foundation of resilience. And that's what we'll get in here. Do you need the slides?
We just need to reset the computer real quick, just guide. So
Okay.
just take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back.
All right, sounds good. So we talked about that discipline to engage in tough things day in and day out, to throw yourself into training, to trust the process. And we talk about what drives somebody to do that. And that's really the foundation of what we're going to talk about today is that resilience. And so when I looked at all the responses from the surveys, there was a few common themes that seemed to come up. And I think we're going to kind of distill it down into this deep connection and attunement to three sources in one's life. And this seems to be common amongst those who sustain the longevity through the course of their careers in a very psychologically and spiritually healthy way. So when we talk about the deep connection and attunement, we're talking about three sources. That connection to self and others and resources. It sounds simple enough, right? But what does that truly mean at its core? Right? That strong connection to oneself involves that self-awareness, right? A realistic understanding of what your strengths and limitations are and to identify your true needs at your core. The connection and attunement to others, meaningful connection with others to provide that social support and a sense of belonging. I'm going to go through these in more detail because I think there's a lot of data from these leaders that I think you should hear for yourselves that relate to these. And resources is about kind of the tune-up services. What resources are you using to make sure that your mind and body are strong throughout the course of your career? And that could be from many different sources, but not necessarily always have to mean medical. But we'll go into depth a little bit more about that. So when we talk about this attunement to self, others, and resources, we'll start with the self, right? And that's that question that I ask every ranger that goes through the organization. It's like, why are you here? What are your beliefs? What are your values? What is your purpose? What is your why, and how does this organization provide you the platform to live your why? Is there an alignment there? And if not, you ask deeper questions. Just because there's some uncertainty does not mean that you're not in the right organization or doing the right job, but it means that you're asking yourself really tough questions to make sure you're on the right path in life. And you're accessing the appropriate resources to get those answers. So when we talk about connection to the self, we're really thinking about this idea of self-awareness. And I love Dr. Urich's reference in the book Insight. It's this idea that self-awareness is the will and skill to understand yourself and how others see you. So when we talk about this idea of alignment of values, what are your core values? What do you believe in? And can you trace those back to your actions? Because if you say, this is what I believe in and this is what I'm going to subscribe to, do your actions match that and can others see that? That's where there's that congruence or continuity between how you see yourself, what you value, what your needs are, as opposed to what other people see in you. Right? So is there an alignment there? And this is going to help you with those moral decision-making moments. When you're making decisions in a high-stress moment, ensuring that those decisions are made in accordance with your and the organization's values, because if there's continuity there, you're going to see consistency in action, you're going to see consistency in discipline, and you're going to see consistency in commitment. When there's a values misalignment and you don't know why you're here and you don't know why you're doing what you're doing and you're just kind of going through the motions day in and day out, that is a recipe for really putting yourself in dangerous situations. And you think about that in terms of resilience and mental health.
From a young age in the regiment, I knew that we were right for what we were doing. There was no hesitation. It was less about killing another man and more about eliminating evil. It was our duty. Again, it was never about killing another person. It was only about not letting a ranger buddy get hurt. I believe I did not experience mental struggles because it was less about killing and more about protecting America, my family, and my ranger buddy.
I'll let that sink in for a second. I thought that was pretty powerful. Think about what sticks out in that phrase. And we're talking about belief. We're talking about values. We're talking about an organizational and an internal sense of matching there. I knew that we were right. We were on the right side. This regimental leader had a lot of confidence, right, that they're on the right side of this fight. There was a belief system that matched there. And there was not this excitement or adrenaline rush to killing. It was more about protecting their values, protecting their ranger buddy, protecting freedom and democracy, protecting their family. So think about how that relates back to belief. If you start asking yourself tough questions, ask yourself, why am I here? How does this relate to my values? And is there a belief system here that matches the organization's mission? And if so, it's going to lead to resilience, right? It's going to lead to that greater discipline, that greater commitment to the organization. And this does not mean when there's a misalignment, problems arise. And so when you look at this, you're talking about 24 years time in service, 15 combat deployments, and they look back and say, I did my best, and I know that we were on the right side. And it was about protecting people, it was about protecting my family, it was about protecting my Ranger buddies. I always like this phrase from Nietzsche that talks about this idea to live is to suffer, to survive is to find some meaning in the suffering. And I bring that up because I say be okay, I think is a bit of an illusion. It's going to be tough. You're going to do tough things daily. You're going to sacrifice. But even when you're sacrificing, it can be meaningful and sometimes even enjoyable when you can connect that sacrifice to a higher purpose. Right? So having some strong sense of connection to why am I doing this on a day-to-day basis? And if you can feel that that's connected to a higher purpose, the sky is really the limit in terms of your ability to serve in an organization that deploys and goes into combat. So, and I think that most of us can agree, right, that there's this daily grind of a demanding job that's full of stress and challenges, regardless if you're a soldier, regardless if you're a lawyer or whatever job that is that becomes more bearable and even more fulfilling if you're living your truth, you're living your values. So asking yourself these questions. And so I'm not going to just solely rely on just word of mouth, right? I've always got to tie this back to literature. I think it comes from the leaders. Is it supported by the literature, and can we see it? Can we measure it? So this has been well documented through the course of studying combat veterans. So Elder and Clip and colleagues found that World War II veterans, when they had a strong camaraderie and belief in their cause, exhibited greater psychological resilience in life. I think that matches what we're talking about here today. Judith Herman, in her book Trauma and Recovery, studied a lot of Vietnam and World War II veterans and found that belief in the purpose and righteousness of the mission served as a protective factor, especially when it comes to psychological distress. So that's exactly what we're talking about here, right? Righteousness of the mission. So we look back here in our response, right? I knew that we were right. This was about protecting my family, America, and my Ranger buddy. So belief in the purpose and the righteousness of the mission. So Vietnam was a very unpopular campaign, and because of that, there was not a lot of buy-in there. And there wasn't a lot of belief in the cause and the purpose. And so what they found was when they studied the Vietnam veterans is that there was significantly higher rates of long-term psychological distress and problems, in addition to probably a lot more. So we're going to talk about connection to others. So when you think about when these soldiers are deploying and these brotherhoods or camaraderies are built, right? It's more of like a familial relationship. There's a kinship there that's built through that struggle. And through these shared struggles and unspoken understandings comes that connection. And when we talk about social support and perceived belongingness, there's so much more than just those words when it comes to resilience and what you need in your life to make sure that you're psychologically and spiritually well. And it really is a sense of connectedness.
Being social animals, it's best to connect with others quickly, to share the emotional load and help with decision making. I think leaders need to lead with empathy, compassion, and listen actively. Aim to understand what someone is going through. Not everyone experiences things the same way. Knowing this encourages others to be more mindful and better prepared to handle the uncertainty or trauma from an experience.
So when we talk about deeper emotional connections and how it's tied to resilience, I think we're looking at this idea of connection through sharing of the emotional load. Being able to actually talk and share in those experiences, storytelling. And what I can tell you from a support perspective is that I will always be available to listen to those stories and help share the emotional load as much as I can, but nothing is more powerful than somebody who has been in combat with somebody to their left and right being able to recollect on that experience and share that emotional load together. There will always be a felt distance between probably a provider and somebody who's actually experienced that because they didn't go through that together. It can be useful, right? And we're not discouraging that in any way. But the idea is that the most powerful experience and healing experience is being able to share the emotional load together. When whoever you're in the trenches with, the people that you're sharing the foxhole with, things like that. And that's what we really want to encourage in our warriors is being able to share amongst themselves and be able to kind of share that emotional load. And then that empathy and compassion. It seems like those words are contradictory to the warrior spirit and mind, being strong and resilient, never showing weakness. And I don't think it's contradictory at all. I think strength comes through empathy, and it comes through compassion. It comes through a shared understanding of the trauma that you're going to experience inevitably when you go to war, the loss, the distance from family, the physical train-ups, the injuries that you sustain. And that's made much more bearable and much more meaningful if you can share in that pain together. And being able to listen to each other, being able to action off this idea of active listening. I like Dr. Brené Brown, her definition of connection as the energy that exists between people when they feel seen, heard, and valued. When they can give and receive without judgment, and when they derive sustenance and strength from that relationship. So we're really looking for that deeper connection amongst soldiers when they go through tough things together. Again, like I said, the preliminary results of our own internal survey suggest this idea that people tend to quit a lot less and they tend to derive a lot more meaning when their values are about connectedness and others, sharing in the experiences. It serves as a protective factor not only as for psychological resilience, but also not wanting to quit on each other. Doing hard things together and sacrificing for each other is an absolutely critical quality for these felt senses of connection with each other. When we talk about social connection, it's not just naming it as a deep connection. There are simply 3 types of social connection we're looking for, and this is what you want to listen for about if it's within you or even just within people around you. If you end up supporting someone one day, you want to hear these 3 things that have been pretty well empirically supported as strengthening resilience within an individual. So just checking in on each other is not enough. And so there's this idea that 3 types of social support exist, which really helps to strengthen resilience. It's that tangible support. So what does tangible support look like? Something that's measurable, something that's objective, something that you can see and feel on a daily basis. So being helped with transportation, having a supervisor or somebody help you with DTS, having somebody help you with your layouts, having somebody give you some sort of resource that's tangible and felt. So there's actually a tangible support process here, right? So helping in some defined way. That's very important. And we talked a lot about it already, is this idea of an emotional connection, having a deeper, meaningful conversation with connection with someone else, especially those that you've shared the battlefield with. Right? In terms of recollecting events, people that you've lost, trials and tribulations, if you can have those conversations as a unit or amongst each other as battle buddies, that is a really powerful connection that will sustain that relationship and also help with resilience. So when we talk about that emotional connection, that is not just simply saying, hey, are you okay? Yes, you're okay. That's not a deep emotional connection. You're going to get that response probably 9 times out of 10 if you ask that. That's a useless platitude, right? It's like, hey, I'm checking on you. Really, how are you doing? Right? Or if you know your battle, you know them better than anybody else. When we look at the concentric circles of people that show signs of distress, when it comes to support providers and support agents, we're probably the last to find out. The people on the ground that are around them every day that know them the best probably are the ones that are going to be able to see the signs and symptoms of somebody acting a little off. And being able to check in with them and have a deeper connection is going to allow you to do that more effectively. And so then you look at positive social interaction. That's friendly dialogue, jokes, storytelling, lighthearted conversation, playing cards together, things like that. Those serve as the 3 pillars of a strong social connection within a unit. And the presence of all 3 of these was associated with 85% lower odds of depression by Choi's team back in this was published in 2023, but it was studying several individuals during the course of the pandemic who were socially isolated. And they found that people that were able to connect in a very tangible way or receive services of some sort or social support that maintain that emotional connection, having good, deep conversations with friends, family, and then also having positive social interaction. So what does this look like on a daily basis? If you're asking anybody, who do you hang out with? Who do you talk to? Who do you have pleasurable interactions with? And if they say no one, then you're probably looking at an issue with the social connection, right? How do you facilitate that? Through shared activities, through interest. So when you think about a connection with other individuals, typically if you see these three, you're going to have a pretty strong social connection. It can increase your resilience, right? If you're feeling ostracized or disconnected from the unit, it's probably going to be a sign that you're experiencing some sort of distress, and it could be a cue to kind of step in and try to understand that. So again, as support agents, we want to be attuned to the day-to-day challenges that soldiers face. Do they feel connected? Are they still connected to their values? Are those aligned with their behaviors? If they are socially connected, how are they socially connected? You could have tangible and emotional connection, but if all they have are just storytelling and people doing services for them or helping them out in some way, then you might have an issue there as well, or any combination of those. So it's good to take a look at this a little deeper so that you can be more informed in your approach to supporting each other. And also, this is great for learning for yourself as well. This is a good self-awareness exercise. And we're going to get into connection to resources. I think when people hear that, straight go to behavioral health. I feel like that's what people hear when connection to resources. I can't tell you how many times when I say that word, they're saying, hey doc, are you mean going to psychotherapy, going to have somebody check out my head? And I'm saying no. The reality of it is what resources do you need to stay in the fight? And during a recent Soft Truth stand down, there was a quote that was used by one of the SOF veterans that was used in their study. Does God help you if you went to a psychiatrist or saw a social worker? Because you were just on an island by yourself or going to the island of broken toys, never to return. So in the environment of the military, asking for help is often perceived as a sign of weakness, threatening a soldier's image of strength and self-reliance. And this fear is compounded by the worry that seeking help might negatively impact their career in some way. The way that I heard it put is that military is like this fast-moving train and everybody is expected to keep pace. And asking for help is like pulling the emergency brake, getting off, and it's speeding off and you never being able to get back on that train again. And the fear of being seen as broken, haunts many soldiers struggling with stress. They don't know who to go to, they don't know how to talk about it. And it's usually resulting from a sense of either there's a values clarity issue or maybe there's not that connection in place. But that fear of asking for help. I remember when I spoke to some leaders, some mid-grade leaders in the organization a few years ago, we were doing a holistic health assessment. And I shared with them, as I always do, I want to hear from the Rangers themselves. I shared with them, I'm noticing a lot of senior and mid-grade NCOs and officers that come to see us pretty comfortably, but a lot of the junior ones do not. But oftentimes there's an overwhelming number of junior ones that wind up on our high-risk tracker. So some of the most challenging populations to work with are the ones that are just joining the military, just joining the Army. And I asked them why. I was like, what are your theories as to why the younger population is underrepresented on a general day-to-day basis when it comes to behavioral health services, therapy services, chaplain services, but they're overwhelmingly represented on our high-risk trackers? And one person, I really appreciated this, was vulnerable in the moment and said, I can at least tell you my experience. When I came to the organization, I felt like I didn't earn the right to ask for help. I didn't earn the right to ask for help. I hadn't bled for the organization yet. I hadn't lost anybody. I hadn't deployed. Who am I to ask for help? And I believe this is a view probably commonly shared by a lot of young soldiers that join in, that have this idea or image in their mind, this battle-hardened veteran that has bled for the organization, that has lost friends, that have gone through really difficult separations, or probably have drinking problems, and they don't think they stack up, they don't think they deserve help. And it lit kind of like a light bulb moment, is that usually people think that they need help once they are, quote, broken. When something really catastrophic or drastic happens, they haven't bled for the organization, so bleeding or being broken is that event that causes them to go get help. And what we're trying to stress, or what I'm trying to stress today, is this idea that we want there to be preventative efforts, right? There's that common phrase of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Early and often, tune-ups to help with that psychological resilience. But it's tough, right? Because the stigma is real. And the idea of asking for help is consistently related to being weak or being broken. And it's just simply not the case. So it's incumbent on all of us to be able to share in that message that being able to ask for help can simply just you coming in and asking for advice, you coming in and sharing with a provider, a chaplain, a friend, a family member, anyone. Like, I don't know what's going on right now. I need some clarity. Right? Having those conversations early and often. And the quickest way to do that is to get buy-in from people that are trusted within the organization, encouraging people to share their stories, encouraging people to share when they were unsure of something, when they got help, when they went in for a service, right? Because what ends up happening is that we see the 15 to 20 year veteran that comes in and they're like that vehicle that has all the check engine lights and all the lights going off and they haven't been serviced in 20 years. If you wouldn't service your car, if you would take your car in every 6 months, why would you not take your body in and get service throughout the course of your military career? That's the most precious piece of machinery you own, right? You wouldn't drive your car for 20 years and never get the engine changed. But we do that to ourselves, and I think it's because of that misperception of what it means to actually ask for help. And I think this accurately captures it. So if you ask for help, you're going to be put on an island full of broken toys.
Think of yourself as a high-performance machine that requires proactive maintenance to stay at your best. Just as a race car is pushed to the limits during competition, the soldier's mind and body are pushed to the limits during combat. Regular tune-ups does not mean the machine is weak. This ensures it can keep pushing limits, which is the key to sustained strength and longevity in the fights to come.
I thought this was a really powerful statement by one of our leaders. It's this idea that we all need tune-ups. We all need adjustments throughout the course of the process. The more committed you are to the organization, committed you are to the values, and wanting that longevity and service is contingent upon your ability to look at it like this, right? That we all need help, we all need tune-ups along the way. And that does not mean anything is broken, and that does not mean anything is wrong. This is keeping the machine strong. This is keeping you staying in the fight longer. And so we got to think about how we tailor that message, because that's true. I mean, I could speak here all day that 95% of the people that I see or our clinic sees, returns to duty, no profile limitations, or the vast majority of people that seek services wind up back on that line and fighting. But that message has to be echoed from within the unit, from trusted agents, from people who've been there, the people who've done that. And so think about that in terms of how you want to share that message and how you want to support each other in that. And how you want to ask the questions, you want to be dedicated to getting those tune-ups. When we think about that race car that needs the pit stops for tuning up, right? We can all be that pit crew, right? That helps make sure the machine is strong, make sure the oil's right in the car, make sure that the tires are good, there's good thread on there, making sure that the machine is strong, and dispelling any misinformation along the way. So when we talk about keeping the machine strong, these tune-ups, right, this can come from various sources, and even more on this page. I mean, they're not just mental health or spiritual health or physical health, right? We're all a part of the same team here. And we are to keep the psychological resilience or help to enhance it, help maintain it, help get people back in the fight. But again, keeping that machine strong, I think oftentimes we find ourselves so locked in on that individual level, we also ourselves as support agents forget the bigger picture here, that we have that dual purpose. Right? We're trying to simultaneously enhance and maintain and facilitate psychological wellness, but we're also supporting the larger organization's goals and ensuring that its warfighters maintain their lethality and that psychological wellness throughout, as well as after service. So we kind of tie all this back. I know I've been talking a lot, but when we tie this back to that connection to the self, that connection to others, and that connection to resources, what questions are we simply answering with that? Your connection to yourself, those values, those beliefs, what is my why, what is my purpose, it answers that why. Why am I here? Am I connected to these things? Does this organization, does what I'm doing for this chosen career align with who I am as a person and the faith that I've subscribed to? Am I subscribing to a higher authority? Whatever that is for each and every individual, right? That answers your why. And that connection to others, that deep and meaningful connection answers the who. Who are you going to be connecting with and leaning on for support and building those lifelong relationships with along the way that gives this experience more meaning? Right? That felt sense of connectedness is so important when you're putting yourself out there. And then the connection to the resources, right? It answers the how. How am I supposed to do this military service tour? How am I supposed to put myself through this day in and day out? And it's the resources that answer the how. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to be willing to ask the questions that relate back to those values and beliefs. If I'm going to subscribe to these sets of values, if I'm going to serve this organization, if I'm going to sustain that longevity in the fight, how am I going to keep my body, my machine, strong? And it's through the connection of the resources. So that's really the underlying recipe for resilience really results from those three sources. Sounds simple enough, but I promise you that putting it in action is a little more challenging. So what are our takeaways here, right? So that connection to the self, what is your why? And how can we actually practice that day in and day out? And this is advice for ourselves as well as our colleagues, our battles, our peers, our supervisors, our subordinates. Encourage those open discussions, create opportunities for people to reflect on who they are, what their values are, and what the values are of the organization, their unit. Are they living by those values? If you say that protecting America, deploying is the most important thing for you, to protect the rights and freedoms of the people you serve, and you're not engaged in training, and you're not taking it seriously, and you're not disciplined and committed, there's a misalignment there. You're not living your value. Let's discuss why. It doesn't take a doctorate degree to ask that question. If you notice there's a misalignment, you're saying this, but you're doing this. Let's have a conversation and figure out what's getting in the way. Why are you not living your why? And that, even just having that day-to-day conversation by somebody you trust can facilitate the insight necessary to ensure you're doing the right thing. And then you want to connect those values to the larger purpose, right? So a family is important to me. How are you living with that? How are you living that value? How are you executing that? And how does that relate to a larger purpose? If your faith are spiritually driven, how does your faith or spiritually driven nature kind of drive you day in and day out? Are you on a preordained path? Is this a greater calling for you? Are you living in accordance with some other guidance, right? So just asking questions, being curious. Each and every person is different in their values sometimes, and that's okay. But having those conversations is really important, right? And as a supportive agent, what's really, I can't say this enough, familiarize yourself with your unit's history, their culture, their mission, their objective. Get out there and learn more about that, because that's going to also allow for you to spread that message across, right? Having an innate understanding or a more nuanced understanding of the organization's culture, their mission, what they serve, how they serve, and you can relate that back to the soldier themselves, right? The more you know about the organization they serve, the more you can facilitate those insightful discussions with the soldier. So what is your why? That's your takeaways, right? Facilitate those discussions is extremely important. Fostering deep, meaningful connections. So the takeaways here, right? Wanting to foster unit cohesion. Familiarize yourself and support participation in unit activities and events as much as you possibly can. So if you have a peer or you have a subordinate or anybody like that is single, and you know that there's going to be a retreat coming up for single soldiers in that unit, right? Asking those questions, are you involved, right? Really understanding what events, what activities are happening outside of the workplace that can continue to foster that camaraderie, right? And supporting those family connections, really important. And then also encouraging peer support. So as I discussed earlier, in terms of people seeking resources, those tune-ups to make sure that they're both mentally and physically strong and continue that resilience is really helped and aided by having trusted agents within the organization buy into this idea that asking for help is really encouraged. It doesn't take you out of the fight. Like I said, the statistics in my lane are 95% of the people that come ask for help are back on the line. And they're back on the line and they're better for it. Right? There's resilience there. But again, my voice can only go so far. If it's coming from the trusted agents, the people that are on your left and right in that foxhole with you, it lands a lot heavier. Right? So encouraging that idea that you can ask for help, encouraging having open and honest discussions, and it facilitates something called psychological resilience within a unit. And it's really important to have that. And that's basically having someone's trust that you can open up and talk about difficult things without fear of judgment and have a connection. And then people are actively listening and there to support. And again, measuring those three levels of support. So having those meaningful connections are really important. So keeping the mind and body strong. So reducing the stigma, right? Promoting open communication about mental health and dispelling the vast misinformation about support services. Even if somebody is interested in mental health, right? We have MFLAC, we have Military One Source, we have behavioral health providers, we have chaplains, we have a lot of people that can provide that support, and it doesn't take you out of the fight. So aggressively dispelling misinformation. The most recent information that we got in terms of barriers to mental health, people think that certain medications, or if they simply go to behavioral health, or they'll lose their clearance, they won't be deployable, things like that, and it's just not true. I mean, since 2012, we've seen over 20 million security clearance adjudication referrals, and out of 20 plus million referrals, single digits were pulled back solely for behavioral health. So we're talking about millions. So the data does not support the fear that simply going in will pull your security clearance. The data doesn't simply support that going to see behavioral health is going to take you out of the fight. So having trusted agents in the organization open up and have honest conversations about their experiences with these support services is also critical. And that preventative care and normalizing help-seeking behaviors. So this idea that you can integrate mental health checkups as a routine part of healthcare is something that we're kind of striving to express in terms of importance and trying to get that message out there. But again, coming from within is very critical to ensuring that people are open and honest about what's going on and what services we can provide for you to keep you in that fight. I can speak from a behavioral health provider perspective. Nobody joined this organization, nobody joined military service to hold you back from what you're doing. We'll do everything that we can to make sure that you're resilient, that we provide you the right resources, we answer all your questions. And I ask that question every time somebody comes to see me. Like, why are you here? Why did you join the organization? What are your values? What's your true north? What is your, what beliefs do you subscribe to? And try to understand that about the organization and see if there's a line. Okay, who do you talk to on a daily basis? Who do you trust? Who do you connect with? Talk to me about your experiences in this organization. And then what resources are you using? Based off of what they're talking about, right? Making sure there's a connection there. Each and every one of us can have that conversation. We can have an internal conversation with ourselves if we know about this, or we can have conversations with others about it to encourage them to get the help they need. But this idea of connection to resources is really important. Think about the tune-ups, right? Keeping that machine strong. So I'll leave you with this quote for today. And it's about the experience of war and being in combat. The experience of war, no matter how traumatic, can be a source of growth and transformation. It can force you to confront your deepest fears, to reevaluate your values, and to emerge from the crucible a stronger, more resilient person. I appreciate each and every one of your time today. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, I'll stand by. I purposely built in some time for Q&A. No pressure at all, but if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. That's all yours first.
Hi, Mr. Chaplain Stavey. I'm over in a basic training in AIT unit. He sparked something talking about connectedness. I'm noticing an overwhelming trend of trainees coming into the Army who are either running from something or running to something and don't have just that level of connectedness that we look to as a standard. My question, sir, is have you had to, or have maybe found a formula to jumpstart that connectedness for our young soldiers who are trying to get through that learning curve of not having these healthy connections prior to the military?
Yes, absolutely. So when we think about this training model is that going through something really difficult together. So team activities where they have to rely on one another. And we're also very mindful of putting stronger performers with weak performers and creating a connection there, that not everybody is created equally, and that it's important to be able to support each other, and people are different capabilities. And the reason why we did that is because this theory of social comparison theory. So some people will join the Army and they are not as physically fit as some of the other ones. And so if they are sucking wind and they're at the back of the pack and they look at the person running the 27-minute 5-miler, they're going to get in their head a little bit. Maybe I don't belong here. So we've facilitated kind of teamwork around this idea of taking stronger performers and helping them to help mentor the younger ones and putting them on teams together with this idea that you leave no man or woman behind. That no matter where they're at, you are a team. You're going to go through painful things together. So doing difficult things together on a daily basis and facilitating that mentorship among even the junior personnel has been critical in being able to get people where they need to go. Yeah, that's a good question though. We've seen the same thing.
Morning, sir. Lieutenant Teachout, able graduate. My question was, how can we support the private piles and organizations that severely struggle with social interactions or just like integrating within that unit, and everyone recognizes that they're an issue, but nobody wants to address it?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's going to be an ongoing challenge, right? Is that you've got a lesser performing individual. Not only are they lesser performing, they have some social deficits. And so, again, it's more about the rallying effect. And there's two things that you have to keep in mind, right? You can be supportive and you can also hold people accountable. You know, at the end of the day, right, there's only so much support you can do before you realize potentially this might not be a good fit. This person might not be living their values. Getting them in front of people to facilitate that discussion, to improve insight, could be really critical in determining that potentially this isn't my path, right? And so I talk to a lot of leaders on a regular basis about how they conceptualize weaker performers, and it always typically kind of centers down to, if I support them, is that me reinforcing negative behavior, or is that me potentially giving them a pass? And it's not. You're giving them every opportunity to overcome some of the deficiencies that they're seeing. You're stimulating good question to try to get them to understand the organization's values, and at some time that there has to be a collective decision that this is just not going to be a good fit, or if there's signs of growth, continue to foster that, right? So you can be accountable, but you can still be compassionate. And so that's how I would approach that situation.
I feel it's important that we collaborate with each other as providers, and especially with a soldier who's going through difficult things, obviously. What are some key ways that we can do that collaboration so that obviously chaplains have their lane, psych has their lane, but we need to be doing the same type of work? Are there key things that you have seen that you were like, I really wish you would have come to see behavioral health rather than the chaplain, or that you've had a soldier come in and you're like, this is chaplain stuff? And even beyond that, to the NFLEC, what key things should we be looking at as chaplains, maybe, in a selfish question, that we're like, hey, this is the trigger word that it's time to push it on to behavioral health?
Right. No, I appreciate the question. So just to make sure I'm understanding, what are some key signs that you're looking for before you say, hey, maybe we need to involve behavioral health? Yeah. Yeah, probably the simple and unsatisfying answer is that you got to rely on your instincts. If you have this spidey sense that maybe this is outside my wheelhouse, right, that's going to relate to the strength of relationship you have with behavioral health. So if you have regular touch points, or there's holistic health assessments, or there's ways to strengthen the relationship with behavioral health and MFLAC, regular touch points to understand more intimately what they do and how they do it, I think that's important. And then the other thing is that I am not afraid, or I'm not reluctant to ask for the soldiers' consent to talk to chaplain. And being open and honest with them and saying, like, I think I could be a support, but I want to make sure that I'm the best support for you. I can't give you that definitive answer right now. Let me make a call. Would you mind if I talk to Chaplain Joe? And overwhelmingly, they'll say yes. And the way that I phrase it is like, I want to make sure that you're in front of the right person that can do best by you and get you in front of the right resource. And so really, it's just having those case collaborations. Like, hey, chap, this is what I've got. I think I can probably help with sleep by doing this, but I think there's a spiritual component to this. What do you think? And so it really comes down to you and I's relationship to be able to make sure that we're triaging to get the soldier the right care.
I actually have two questions, part A and part B. The first goes back to what you were talking about with Chaplain Stavey, sir, in relation to those kind of getting involved, getting connected to, and where for you is the line on, here's a soldier that, you know what, if we give them a little bit extra support, a little bit extra encouragement, they are going to turn the corner and go in a very positive direction, versus for commanders, like, where's that line of now? You know what, this soldier does need to find a different avenue of fulfillment. And then piggybacking on that, what is the thing you most often see in relation to coming to your lane where, I think, coming off Chaplain Ramsey's question, where perhaps chaplains have over or understepped in relation to their role?
Well, I can tell you from in terms of the first question, it really comes down to the counselings, right? So is what you're expecting, is that mark on the wall very clearly understood? This is where you need to get to, and this is the amount of time that we're going to get you there. In terms of, let's say that we're going to give you 2 months to correct these deficiencies, and this is how we're going to do it. And then having some sort of battle buddy or a mentor that helps them meet those objectives, and balancing that accountability with support, right? And I think there's got to be a level of discretion with the leadership with that one, right? You know your unit, you know your culture, you know what performances these individuals need to make, and make sure that that's very well understood in an appropriate timeline. So if you're putting a mark on the wall, how often are you providing that support to make sure they're getting there? And are you seeing signs of growth and change? And then if you get to that mark on the wall, however you define it, and then I think that's probably the route that I've seen taken most often is objectivity in the process. I've seen where there is a counseling statement, and then this person nobody works with them for the next 2 months, and then there's right. Yeah, so here's a mark on the wall, get there in 2 months, we'll reassess, right? So it really comes down to, the level of support you provide them, and do you feel like they're engaging? Or if you still have to have tough discussions, and don't be afraid to lean on behavioral health, right? We also do evaluations to determine goodness of fit, right? Is this person suitable for military service? And then you shape that as, hey, let's get you in front of a behavioral health provider that can have a more deep conversation with you to decide if this is something that you really want to do. And it also comes down to kind of how the commander or how the leading authorities or the leadership craft that message. I've always been a proponent of being able to say, let's use behavioral health or chaplains as a kind of as a counseling service, but also get a deeper sense of, is this a good fit for this individual? And have those conversations. And then the second question on that, and I'll follow up, is in terms of when it crosses over that lane. I could name every different types of condition and all different types of behaviors, but it really comes down to regular and ongoing consultation. Clearly, when it comes down to risk to self, right? That's like your clearest marker. If you get any indications that they're going to harm themselves, or they're starting to look hopeless, and they're not sleeping, things like that, and there's a clear degradation in their performance, and you start getting that kind of that spidey tingling sense in you, then you pick up the phone and you ask, right? You ask the question. But usually the clearest line that I've seen usually comes down to safety. But I can tell you right now that I have regular ongoing and conversations with all of our chaplains from all the battalions as it relates to Ranger care, and I usually get the consent from the Rangers to talk to them when we're doing our services, and overwhelmingly they're okay with that. And I shape it as, hey, I want to triage here, make sure I'm getting you in front of the best provider. So.
Morning, sir. I'm Sergeant McClung. I'm the Religious Affairs NCO from 2nd Battalion, 50th Infantry. You mentioned earlier that there's a stigma that is very heavily against seeking any kind of help, and it's a very real stigma. So what ways would you recommend approaching leadership that maintains that stigma so we can better help our soldiers?
The consistent message that I have with leaders when it comes to reducing stigma is to normalize asking for help. Is that if you've got trusted agents in the unit, a weapons squad leader probably has more trust in that squad than I will ever have with my doctorates or any rank that I can throw at somebody. That's just not going to work. You have to have trusted agents within your unit that are willing to open up and normalize the idea of asking for help. And so when it comes through that deeper social connection, being able to share stories, being able to be vulnerable. If young Ranger or young Soldier Joe is just coming in and says, I don't feel like I deserve this, but I'm hearing this person say when they first came in, they got help, and it was okay, and they're here and stronger for it. If they hear that their platoon leader, platoon sergeant, squad leader are engaged with behavioral health services, and they're back on the team, and they're doing really well, and they're open and honest about it and talking about it, I seem like that's the best remedy to dispelling misinformation and stigmas against seeking help. So really empowering leaders within that organization to openly discuss and normalize the idea that we don't have all the answers, and these are tune-up services. And I found that to be a pretty effective way of getting through to people. And I can tell you this, is that when it rains, it pours. Every now and again, you'll go through a drought with people not reaching out and asking for help, and then somebody with a lot of buy-in comes in and they see you and they get a lot out of it, and all of a sudden you get 11 phone calls within a week, right? So they're gonna run out of there and they're gonna tell a bunch of people, and we wanna keep that momentum, and we wanna keep people talking about their experiences of getting help.
There we go. What barriers have you seen with the Gen Z, the iGen generation coming in with the phones, you know, the screen time, asking for help? How is that barrier? What have you guys done to address that new wave that not new, but just, you know, how do you address that? What have you seen as a barrier to asking for help with that?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Surprisingly, I can only speak anecdotally. I can't tell you the research. I don't have it offhand in terms of my experiences so far, but I find that Gen Z asks for help pretty often. So they come in struggling a lot. If anything, we have to instill a sense of stress inoculation, get them to be a little bit more resilient. I think they've actually normalized the idea of asking for help. And the reason why I know that is because we do a lot of, let's say, through the course of our assessments, we get to take a peek at what's coming in the Army. And we are seeing a vastly different population with a prevalence of accessing behavioral health services. So they are in behavioral health a lot more than the previous generation was. And so they're a lot more likely to probably be okay accessing. But the other side of that is that they come in and they're potentially less resilient. And our focus has been on, okay, how can we improve resilience and autonomy through stress inoculation? Because the asking for help I've seen on average is more in this generation than previous ones. Okay, one last one. Who's gonna do it? Who is it? Come on, give me one. Oh, there we go, okay.
So for the vast majority, sir, so I've been in a couple of places and kind of know from Trade Out Force Com and the special operations community, when you see a good product in front of yourself, how do you incorporate it, right? So I would say, as a SME in your field, sir, how would you best, include these touch points with you and ministry teams? I know we do things similar within, Regiment, but for vast majority, when we leave, and do Abrams Charter or several other organizations in the Army, what is a good mechanism in which we can incorporate these touch points for whatever product we create?
Right. I'm gonna give you the quick shortcut. What's been really helpful for me in getting those touch points is as soon as I got on the ground, I started talking to all the chaplains. I don't know what it is, but y'all are all usually very well connected with the unit to quickly understand where they go, what they do, how they do it, and quickly understand a little bit more about the culture, and then use that as a segue for a platform for talking to the leaders of that organization. So getting to know them and how they view our support in that process. How do we fit into the overall mission? And then asking, are there potential platforms? Look at your long-range training calendar. Are there particularly white space where maybe I can get a message out? Maybe I can do an LPD. Maybe I can talk to your soldiers. And this is what I can do. So it's like that elevator pitch. So getting on the ground, talking to the SMEs on the ground, talking to the chaplains, talking to the medics, talking to any support personnel you can get on the phone, and get in front of the commanders, get in front of the leaders to learn more about what they expect from their support personnel, and where can you squeeze in on that long-range calendar to potentially start really showing what you can do and how you can support. That would be my suggestion. All right, I think I'm out of town.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And we're going to ask you to stay put here as we thank you for your contributions today. And I'm also going to ask Chaplain Waynick and Chaplain Kuhlman, our command chaplain for here at the Maneuver Center of Excellence in Fort Benning, Georgia, to come forward as we recognize you, sir, and Chaplain Waynick.
Great job, guys. Thank you so much. On behalf of Major General Colin Tooley, I want to say thank you for your presentation, Harlan. Outstanding. Same thing, Tom. What you guys bring here this morning, you're scratching, you're getting after, you're putting rounds on the target. And I'd just like to just say, in addition to thanking you, that this is a critical topic, that it's not just a one and done here today. Would you agree? This is something that we have to continually, perpetually address to get ahead of before large-scale mobile operations. Not even LISCO, but LISMO. So on behalf of CG, here we are, a certificate of appreciation for Major Leech. I don't have any photo here, but I want to hand it to you, as well as his coin. So, all right, from the CG, here we go. I should be done with that, right? There we go. All right, thank you. And same thing for you, Tom. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. That's awesome. And the certificate. And just want to say thank you for all the hard work. Yeah, I know you put a lot of work into this, preparing for the topic, the subject, as well as the questions. So again, I just want to encourage. I'm sure this conversation will be going on in your units, as well as just here in the community, as Tom has been in the community now for over a decade, right, Tom? So, thank you, gentlemen. All right, and following this, we're going to have lunch. Good news is we have lunch for everyone here. Not quite 5,000, but close. And it's going to be Chick-fil-A in the back. We're going to start on the left, move to the right. And during lunch, once everybody gets seated, gets their lunch, and sits down, we got our next speaker, Dave Bullis from West Point, who's going to address us and take us to the next subject. With that, I'm just going to close in a brief word for blessing on our food. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this time, a time of intense observation and evaluation of the tools and the sets that we have, the ability to harden ourselves and to consider what it's going to take to be resilient when we're faced with massive amounts of death and war and all that destruction surrounding us. Lord, these are hard questions. And now as we continue on and we also share in food together, we ask that your blessing would be upon us in this food. And we just thank you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Was commissioned in the United States Army in May of 1993 as an armor officer. Okay, let's go see if there's any armor in here. For the United States Military Academy. In 1998, Chaplain Bullis resigned from active duty service to attend seminary at Alliance Theological Seminary in Nyack, New York. Chaplain Bullis returned to active duty in 2002. His most recent assignments include Command Chaplain 8th U.S. Army in United States Forces Korea, Camp Humphreys, South Korea. Command Chaplain of the United States Army Special Operations Command, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Command Chaplain for the United States Army Forces Command, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. He currently serves as the United States Military Academy Chaplain at West Point, New York. Chaplain Bullis' military schools include Armor Basic Officer Course, Chaplain Officer Basic Course, Chaplain Captain Career Course, the Command and General Staff College, Jump Master School, and the Dismounted Armor Scout Course. He has a Bachelor's of Science from the United States Military Academy, a Master of Divinity from the Alliance Theological Seminary, a Master of International Strategic Studies from the U.S. Army War College, and a Doctor of Ministry from Alliance Theological Seminary. Please join us in welcoming Chaplain Dave Bullis.
Well, if that's not awkward, I don't know what it is. Hey, it's great to be here. Kind of feels like old home week, a lot of old friends. You know, you guys know that. Those who have been in for a little while, you know this. Those of you who are just starting out, you know, the longer you stay in the system, the more friends you will have, as long as you're a good friend. Let me caveat it with that. Be a good teammate for sure. Hey, really good to be back here at Fort Benning. Not Moore, although I did like Moore. I thought Moore had a lot of merit. But back at Fort Benning, I was assigned back here when I was the RCHAP at the 75th. And I got to tell you, coming back and knowing I was going to live here was not a fun thought, because up to that point, I had only had bad experiences at Fort Benning. Airborne school, Ranger school. One story I'll just tell you real quickly. We were doing a patrol in Ranger school, and the entire patrol was droning. Right, we were droning, and so it resulted in about 4 breaks in contact, to the point where the Ranger instructor, he lost his mind, and I'll never forget his name. His name is Sergeant First Class Santieri. He was a senior NCO. And so it was dark, there was no illumination, and he was losing his mind. And he said, "All right, Rangers, everybody gather around me right here." And so, you know, we gathered around. He couldn't see anybody, but he was just, you know, screaming at us. And then he made the final ultimatum. He said, if you Rangers don't get your stuff together, using other words, he said, "I'm going to fire the entire chain of command." And at that point, a Ranger who thought he was really funny in the back of the formation, he went, "Ooh." And Sergeant Santieri, "Who was that? You know, who was that?" Of course, you know, we knew who it was, but we weren't going to narc on our friend. And so literally, we low crawled about a click with, you know, 50, 60-pound packs on our back. Had about 3 guys quit that night. It was that bad. So those are my memories of Fort Benning. But since then, you know, just some great memories, great friends. So it's excellent to be here. Really excited to just talk to you guys about this very important topic, preparing your soul for war. The soul is something I've thought about for a while. And specifically, I ran across this quote, a guy from 19th century, 1800s. His name was Henry Hoskins, and he said this. He said, "What lies behind you and what lies before you is a tiny matter compared to what lies within you." In other words, to really pay attention to what is going on inside of you as an individual and especially as leaders. And so today I want to talk to you about a lot of things, but specifically I could talk to you about a lot of things. You know, for those of you who are unit ministry, hey, if you're a unit ministry team member, raise your hands. I'm just kind of curious to see how many we have. Okay, great. Infantry, BOLIC, infantry. All right, awesome. Armor, hoo-ah. All right, as you heard, I used to be you back in the day. Could talk about a lot of things, how to be successful. We have had some outstanding presentations yesterday and today talking about moral injury. What I really enjoyed about it was every single briefing, I don't know if you guys noticed it, it hit on the importance of spiritual readiness. What is going on in your heart, in your soul. Absolutely. So I could talk to you about a lot of things. But what I want to talk to you about is something is so foundational as we do this. And it's this: if you want to, unit ministry team members, especially chaplains, and those of you who are spiritually motivated, you have a calling from God to serve in the military. If you want to serve God with all your heart and be effective, if you want to end your time in the military and not be burnt out to a crisp, and maybe even love God more than when you started, if you want to look back without having any regrets, I'm going to encourage you to do one thing today, and it's to care for the soul that God gave you. Your spiritual influence and your influence tomorrow depends on your willingness to care for your soul today. That's what I want you to know. Let me just talk about being a chaplain real quickly. Being a chaplain and religious affairs specialist, listen, it's a full contact sport. And I'm talking to UMTs right now, full contact sport, because yes, you're not out there pulling the trigger, but what the Army asks us to do on a regular basis, being out there when the suck factor is the highest, listening to stories seeing things and hearing stories as you help people walk through their trauma, seeing the image of God defiled in another human being, that makes a mark on the soul, right? It extracts the cost. When I was a young chaplain, I didn't respect the cost. Maybe you guys ever heard of Superman syndrome? I was probably guilty of Superman syndrome. Because, man, I had the Lord on my side. I had the Holy Spirit. I had a calling from God. And I had a Ranger tab. And for some reason, I thought that, I'm just going to get through all this. But what I didn't realize was I had to understand and had to learn how to monitor the state of my soul. Otherwise, we can very quickly burn out. Someone once said this, that if your outputs exceed your inputs, then your upkeep becomes your downfall. I'll say that one more time. If your outputs exceed your inputs, then your upkeep becomes your downfall. And I don't know if any of you can relate with that. Where you're just giving, you're giving, you're giving, and then the things that are required to allow you to continue to serve and perform at a high level, not always the most helpful or healthy things to do. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So being a chaplain is a full contact sport, and it's not just the chaplaincy, it's just the military in general. And we've talked about this. I really appreciated just the speakers ahead of me have just kind of pulled the veneer off of, hey, serving in the military is a wonderful calling. Hey, you guys are amazing. Yes, that's true, but at the same time, too, we are paid. The bureaucracy of the military expects us to break things and kill people. And there is a cost to that. There's a cost to that, and there's a human dimension cost, and that affects our soul. Have you ever wondered, has my soul become fractured? Maybe have you wondered, has my soul become so fractured that I'm not myself anymore? Something is broken within me. If you have, then you've joined the company of heroes of the faith. I think of David, who wrote Psalm 23. Psalm 23, verse 2 and 3. He said, "He leads me beside still waters. He restores my what? My soul." Absolutely. It's something that I think every warrior, every individual who's a leader really has to think about and probably wonders at times, has my soul become fractured? And the answer is we are there, and we need to be restored throughout our lives. So if we're going to lead with godly, authentic influence and have a chance at preparing our soldiers' soul for war, I want to encourage you to spend as much time, if not more time, understanding your own soul and caring for your soul. Because your spiritual influence tomorrow is dependent on how you care for your soul today. And so let's talk about that a little bit. So, the soul, what is it? Okay, had a great quote yesterday. I think it was Jeff from Gallant Few. He said, hey, we don't need more therapy, but we need more clarity. And so let's just talk about the difference between soul and spirit real quickly, because I think it's very important. The spirit, you know, as a Christian minister, you know, I received my marching orders, and my worldview is shaped by the Holy Bible. And there are specific things said about the Spirit, Old Testament and New Testament. When we are connected with the Lord through faith, something happens in our spirit, and it's a transformation. The Spirit is made new. We receive a new spirit and a new heart. We are new creations. Our spirit is perfected in Christ, said Paul. We receive every spiritual blessing we need in the heavenly realms. Our spirit is purified, purged, renewed, born again, transformed. Radical transformation. That's a reality for our spirit. But the soul is different. The soul, even though it has the ability to connect with God and it represents our personality, who we really are, but the soul is where your mind and your will and your emotions still hold sway over the daily reality of your existence. The soul is prone to sin, prone to strongholds, prone to fears, faulty beliefs about your identity. And while the spirit is in this new existence, the soul can still be down here. And as we talked about sanctification, becoming more like Christ, part of sanctification is our soul actually catches up to where our spirit is, where our spirit, the reality that God has made for us. So, spirit and soul is very different. And again, if you want to talk more about that, we can. It's just one of those murky areas that clarity in that, for me, has really been very, very helpful. One way you can look at the soul is like this. The soul is like a container. So I flew down here from Newark, and I brought a small suitcase. My suitcase is full of all kinds of stuff. There's not a lot of room in it right now. But the soul is kind of like a container. It's like a suitcase. If God is imparting new realities or a new identity, new truths he wants to teach me, but my suitcase, my soul is full of all kinds of old stuff, I won't have any room for the new things that are true about me that my Heavenly Father wants me to know and grasp and to realize. So things fill up in our container, and unless we deal with them, we won't have more capacity with God. And here's the thing, our capacity with God relates to our anointed leadership, our ability to speak God's words to God's people and to show up at the worst places on earth and actually carry the presence of Christ. Before I was a chaplain, as you guys heard, I was armor officer. I spent my second assignment, I was at Camp Casey, Korea. And we had this chaplain. Unfortunately, he wasn't the greatest chaplain. His nickname was Slick Willie. And for whatever reason, whenever he'd get off duty, he would put on a hoodie and he'd go down to the Myeongjin bus stop there up at Crusader Valley, and he would go off into the Ville, and no one really knew what he did. And then he'd come back with his hoodie up. He wasn't a great example. He did not provide anointed leadership. And I won't say he did more damage to the battalion, but he was not an influential factor. But here's the thing, if we don't deal with our soul issues, our emotions, those things that are hindering us from anointed leadership, that's going to be us. We all have known leaders who have committed serious moral failings. Listen, guys, those are soul wounds. Those are soul issues that were not dealt with. And they festered, and finally, they became public. And as you guys know, the higher up you are, or if you're in a position of high trust and confidentiality, like a chaplain or UMT member, when those kind of leaders fail, the ripples are massive. And it hurts the entire organization, not to mention our families, our legacies, and our ministries. You've heard the expression, hey, what you don't know won't hurt you. Okay, with the soul, that's not true. What you don't know is already killing you. So if you don't have the sensitivity to understand what's going on in your own heart, your own soul, we can quickly become toxic shepherds. And what's a toxic shepherd? A toxic shepherd is a shepherd that begins to eat his own sheep, his or her own sheep. And again, I don't have to mention any names, we've all seen it, but that is unfortunately what can happen. We become toxic shepherds. So as we think about this, let's just talk about some things here when we think about soul wounds. Wounds to the soul can come to us in many ways. And there are 7 primary categories. And I really owe, one of my mentors is Dr. Rob Reamer. He's written a great book on this called Soul Care. There's some other great books as well. A couple I've really benefited from. John Ortberg wrote Soul Keeping. Ruth Haley Barton wrote a book called Strengthening the Soul of Your Leadership. Read that at one point, loved it. The Gift of Being Yourself by David Benner. And then another one actually recommended to me by Chaplain Scott McChrystal, Surrender to Love. And I was really surprised to hear Ranger McChrystal mention that, but he said, Dave, this is something that every leader should read. But there are 7 primary categories, ways that we can receive and carry and harbor soul wounds. The first is this, an identity wound. Okay, identity wound. And instead of believing that my identity was settled at the cross, or our identity is fully in the spiritual teachings and the realities of how our God sees us, our identity lies somewhere else. Identity wounds can absolutely make us prone to the killer P's. Okay, what are those? Performance is the first. Hey, my identity is resting on my performance. The second P is pleasing others. All right? Until I see that look of approval in my supervisor's eyes, I won't feel good about myself. And so many people are on a quest just to receive approval from those that they respect. And the third P is just a quest for power, or control. Because you're like, hey, if I lose control of my life or my situations, I may be exploited. So anyway, there's identity wounds. Identity wounds we can recognize them. Most of the time it takes us going through some difficult times in life before we start to identify identity wounds. Another one is just lies. We believe the devil's lies about us more than we believe God's truth about us. So situation can come up in life where maybe often these identity wounds they come from, or these soul care wounds, soul wounds come from a younger, when we're kids. Something happens. And then at that point, and this is what I found, is that at that point, talking to a lot of people, at that moment of pain, at that moment of shame, whatever it was, the devil drops a lie in your soul. And if we don't recognize that, we will continue to live it out. And Tom Wainick said something that it wasn't until he was 40 years old that some of those things that happened to you, Tom, maybe I misheard you, when you were 11 years old, began to realize that and then began to give back. But lies are another. Another one is this, unconfessed sins. If we just have stuff, baggage we're just dragging along with us, and for whatever reason, the pride of life, maybe the shame of really talking about these things, they will weigh on our soul, and they will put a barrier between us and God, and then most importantly, us and others. When I left 175, when I got there, I was hoping to have one deployment with a battalion. When I left 3.5 years later, I had 8 deployments with the battalion. And it was just one of those things like, hey, everybody was just doing their job. We'd go, we'd come back. I thought I was fine. My next assignment, I had a lot of autonomy, a lot of TDYs on my own. And I quickly got to the point where I was afraid to go on TDY because I was tempted in ways to self-medicate that I had not experienced for a long, long time, since I was a teenager. And it got to the point where I was like, I don't want to go on TDY by myself. I don't trust myself any longer. But something had happened on those deployments. I had incurred so many soul wounds, and I just was not aware. I was not tracking what was going on inside of me. So I actually, as I went down the road of some self-medicating behaviors, I had to have some hard talks with some friends and also with my wife. I did not want to confess those sins, but I quickly realized for me to move forward in my soul, I had to be honest. I had to be transparent. They can be very difficult. So identity wounds, lies, unconfessed sins. Another one is this, and this is not your fault. This is not our fault, but family sin patterns. Family sin patterns. So think about it. How many of you are dealing with something, a difficult thing, maybe a bad choice in your life, but you can easily trace it back? You know, my great-great-grandfather was an adulterer. My great-grandfather was an adulterer. My father slept around with my wife, and I'm tempted to do the same thing. Or alcoholism, rage. Sometimes we can draw the line, we can connect the dots and realize, wait, there's something in my family here that needs to be broken. And again, it's really not a choice you made, but sometimes we can see it. And we need to bring God's power because it's affecting our soul. Unforgiveness is a big one. That affects the military all the time. You know, you're there, you're on target, something happens. We talked about moral injury, and it's so easy, and it's almost, I think it's in our culture to harbor unforgiveness. But we know what that does to our soul. It's like bitterness. It's bitterness becomes bitterness, and bitterness is an acid. That will absolutely impact our soul. Okay, another one is fears. Okay, we're more motivated by fear of man than by the love of God. Or we just don't want to be that guy or that girl. I don't want to be exposed. I don't want to look like that person. So it keeps us locked in fear. And then the final one, the seventh one, is just spiritual strongholds. Hey, sometimes you just need a power encounter with the Holy Spirit against those demons in your life. And that just, you know, that's a conversation for another time. But anyway, those are just 7 primary categories. And the reason I mention that, not to load you up with all this stuff, but just to help you understand, like, hey, I feel like I'm stuck. Something's going on. It probably is in either one or maybe a couple of those categories that need to be dealt with. So how does a leader tend to their soul even while they're serving? Okay, so we don't have the luxury of checking ourselves in, going to a monastery for a year, 2 years, all that. How do we move forward in soul care for ourselves? Well, the first is this, self-awareness. You got to live in reality. And what do I mean by that? God wants us to admit every part of ourselves, okay, and not sugarcoat, not gloss over, not live a life where we're just not in tune of what's going on in here, but we have to have self-awareness to actually understand what's going on. I really enjoyed what Doc Leech said. He said self-awareness is this. It is the will and the skill to understand yourself and how others see you. Have you ever been in a situation in life where it doesn't matter where you are, you may PCS, you may be in a different situation, but the same bad thing keeps happening to you over and over again? It's like, man, this is like a broken record. Why do I always find myself in this situation? Well, after that happens through life, guess what? The other people may not be the problem. It might be the problem is you. I'm not saying you're a problem, but there's something going on in the soul that is re-exposing you to this same situation and circumstance over and over again. I love the movie Princess Bride. Anybody like Princess Bride? Yeah, so I love how the crime genius, Sicilian crime genius Vizzini, whenever he faced a circumstance that he couldn't comprehend with his mind, he would say what? Inconceivable. That's right. If we are not self-aware, that's how we respond. Inconceivable. I don't have the problem. Other people have the problem. It's my circumstances. I love how Jesus said this. He said, listen, out of the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. Out of the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. So here's the good news, is that God gives us hints. The Holy Spirit wants us to change. God loves us. He doesn't want us to stay in this wounded place. But he wants our soul to recognize and apprehend the truth that the Spirit already knows and that the Spirit is experiencing. So he gives us little clues in life. And sometimes it's just we notice the things that we keep saying, things that we keep doing. Or maybe people are trying to tell us, like people that actually love you, spouses, family members, friends, say, bro, do you realize you keep doing this? And sometimes our answer is, inconceivable. I don't have the problem, you have the problem. I can stop anytime I want. That's what addicts say. So here are some signals that we might need to address soul wounds in our lives. The first is this, and I already kind of mentioned it, temptations to self-medicate are evidence of woundedness in my soul. Okay, listen, we all face temptation, but you just keep going down the same road, and it's not just temptation, it's just like, I'm trying to self-medicate from something. Stop and ask yourself, stop focusing maybe on the sin, the alcohol, the porn, and say, what is going on? What is feeding this that I want to just feel good about myself? What is going on underneath that? So temptations to self-medicate are evidence. Second one is this, is overreaction. None of us can relate with this one. Overreaction to circumstances in life is evidence of woundedness in my soul. So, a normal person, your friend, something happens, on a scale of 1 to 10 on the Richter scale, normal person would register like a 1 or 2 or 3, and you're always going to a 9 or 10. And that's the time to step back and say, hey, why am I overreacting to these circumstances in life? Something's going on in the soul, and God is saying, I'm trying to shine a light. I'm trying to help you out here. Let me help you out. The third is this, is anxiety in life. If you're just carrying anxiety in life, and you're just a ball of anxiety, and people are like, man, what's wrong with you? That's an indication. There's something going on in the soul that might need to be addressed. So those are 3. Are there more? Absolutely. But those are 3 of the big ones. So self-awareness. We got to live in reality. Second one is this. Once you recognize it, you got to lead yourself out. Provide a little self-leadership. So that's the second thing, self-leadership. Do something about it. Now the thing about to do something about it, it's never going to be fun. It's going to be hard. And it's probably going to take you down roads that you don't want to go down. Roads that you've been avoiding for a long, long time. And so there's an author named D. Hock, wrote a great book on leadership. But what D said was this, it is leadership of self that should occupy 50% of our time and the best of our ability. That's hard to fathom in the military culture. Sounds pretty selfish to me. But here's the thing, if we're not healthy, especially as caregivers, how do we expect to pass on health to those around us? So it's so important to not just be self-aware, but also to lead ourselves as well. And finally, it's this. We need God's presence. We need God's power in our lives. I'm convinced we can read a lot of books. We can talk to a lot of friends. We'll get a lot of good stuff. But the creator of our soul is the one that knows us the most, the best. And he is motivated to change us. He is motivated to set us free. And as we spend time in God's presence, it's kind of like you guys know what a snow globe is? Of course you do. Snow globes are awesome, right? Especially when you're 5 or under. You take those suckers, you shake them up, and you're kind of looking in there, you're not quite sure, what it is. Is it a snowman? Is it a mountain scene? Is it Garmisch? What is it? But then you just put it on the table, put it on the desk or whatever, you just let it sit for a few minutes. And all that stuff, all the, gravity works, and you can see what it is. That's the spiritual law of gravity. As we sit in God's presence, as we sit and allow him to speak to us, the realities of our soul will become more clear. As I have gone along in the chaplaincy, what has become just vital for me, the most important thing I can do is to spend time in silence and solitude in the presence of my Lord. Now, I'll also say this, the hardest thing I can do is to spend time in silence and solitude. And you know, daily devotionals are important, absolutely. Got to have that daily check-in, get that manna for the morning. But what's been even more important and more helpful and life-changing is spending several hours at a time. And you know, at least once a year, I go off on a 3-day retreat, prayer and fasting retreat. And when I come back in the house, honey, I'm home. You know, my wife is like, wow, you look like Moses. You know, and she's like, I like it when you do that. As a matter of fact, we were just at the Randall's house. Anthony and Janine allowed a few of us who were speaking here to stay at their house. And I don't know if you guys know this, but he's got a little babbling, wonderful little brook behind his house. And a couple days ago, I had a chance to spend 3 hours out there, and it was just absolutely what my soul needed. So silence and solitude, the spiritual law of gravity, absolutely will help us with that. Hey, here's the other thing too, is, you know, God is smart, and God knows things that we don't know. And if we would just go to him and ask him, he'll point things out. Now here's the thing I just need to say is this, is that the voice of our Father never condemns us in total, right? If you're going to the Lord and you just hear a voice like, hey, you're all screwed up. You're all screwed up. Okay, well, yes, the truth is yes, we are. But the loving voice of our Father, he'll put his finger on one thing. And he'll say, hey, Chapman Sweezy, let's work on this today. David, I love you. You're my beloved son. Let's work on this, and I want to help you. Sometimes we see a soul issue, and it's like, there's the mess right there. There's the lies I believe. There's the unforgiveness I've been carrying around. And I'm here. The mess is there, and Jesus is on the other side, and he's looking at me, shaking his hand like, hey, good luck with that. That's not the reality. The reality is he's here next to us. And he says, yep, I see it, you see it, we both recognize it. I'm going to give you help as you walk through this and provide people. Caring for our soul is vital because the spiritual influence you will have tomorrow depends on your willingness to care for your soul today, absolutely. So here's my final story before we break and we head on back is I recognized just in my last assignment, I was at Fort Bragg, and I was talking to my wife, and we were just talking about Gold Star families. And actually, there was a Gold Star event. USASOC every year has a huge Gold Star event. And I was just honest with her. I said, I hate to be around Gold Star families. And she's like, well, what? Wise wife, she said, why do you think that is? I think I got a lot of baggage from things that happened here in the Ranger Regiment and other deployments. Trauma counseling, bodies coming in, all kinds of stuff. And she said, well, why don't you do something about it? I said, stop preaching at me, woman. But it was that self-leadership, self-awareness, and then self-leadership. So I went to go see a counselor, a guy that I knew, a guy that I trusted. And we talked through it, and I tell you what, I had just a moment where I saw the Lord in my mind's eye, a situation that I just couldn't get out of my mind, and I saw the Lord in that particular situation. And I tell you what, I can't wait to see Gold Star families now. I love them. And it was just a block, it was a soul block that one had to recognize and then two had to do something with. And I tell you, the Lord honored that effort, and he'll honor your efforts as you seek to have a healthy soul. So may the Lord bless you. I pray that you will lead with all the influence and all the anointing that God has for you. But he's not going to do it for you. He relies on us to be self-aware, to lead ourselves, and then to spend time in his presence so we can hear his voice, a still small voice that will allow our souls to become healthy in life. So let me just pray for us here as we end this time, and I think we might have a few minutes for questions. Lord, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about this very important topic. Father, I pray that you would speak to each one here. Lord, that if and when it's time to just really dig into what's going on in our inner selves, Father, I pray that you would lead us and guide us, make us aware, give us the courage to lead and do something about it. and spend time in your presence. And it's your holy name I pray. Amen. Okay, transition over. Okay, guys, hey, thanks very much. God bless you.
Infantry Branch Historian at the Infantry School, Fort Benning, Georgia, since 2001. He is also a disabled former regular Army captain, working for the National Park Service Civil War Battlefield Parks, directing 3 museums and appearing or advising on 143 history documentaries or miniseries. Stishon functions as an applied historian the past 35 years. His publications include 2 university press peer-reviewed books and numerous journal and magazine articles. Please help us welcoming Dr. David Stishon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Among all the speakers in the last 2 days, I'm not wearing the uniform anymore, okay? I don't have that inspiration. I've never served as a chaplain or minister. I'm a proud alternate men's Sunday school leader in my little church out in Harris County. What I'm here to talk to you about today, the subject is the Black Robe Regiment. And has anybody ever heard of it? Anyone? Anyone back there? Anybody heard of the Black Robe Regiment? You have. Marvelous. You won out of you. And the reason why I'm here is that this is the Army's 250th birthday. Infantry 250, Dragoons 250, Chaplain Corps 250, whatever you want to call it. Okay? And so I put this together for you because I went to school at Purdue University in the 1970s. And I remember watching as they took the religion classes and moved them further and further down the hall. As they took the history of religion out of American history and world history, it was something separate. You know, separate but equal, or you know, you're not going to have religion is not going to be part of this. We're going to take this away. So what has happened is the history of religion and its impact on our history has been removed. But I can't teach you anything because you're adults. I can't. You only teach children. I can only inspire you to learn on your own. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you about the Black Robe Regiment and the impact on the clergy on the American Revolution. That's also a definition. The American Revolution took place in the 1760s and 1770s. The War for Independence started in 1775. Don't confuse the two. Those are 2 different actions, okay? So there were a number of elites called founders, but what they forget is many of the founders were the dissenting clergy in the colony. Is there anyone here an Episcopal? Any Episcopals? Are any Catholics in here? Any Catholic there? Okay, very good. You know that until 1789, then there was problems with the various denominations among each other. There was not truly freedom of religion until the War for Independence. So what happened is, and I have to give this definition, dissenting clergy. Dissenting clergy. Here in the British colonies until the War for Independence, the Anglican Church was the church of the state. And that's what you tithe to. All the other denominations in the British colony were referred to as dissenting religions. That's the Presbyterians, the Baptists, the Lutherans, the Moravians, the Quakers, maybe the Methodists and others. They were not considered official. They were not on the same level. And they had just gone to war with the Catholics in the French and Indian War. And that's the way they looked at it. So there was a big difference in change. If you had been ordained into one of these dissenting religions, you had to go to England and become an Anglican minister and come back to the United States, or you couldn't marry people legally or baptize children. So there was this dissenting aspect to religion here in the British colonies. So when we talk about founders, there's those that you're familiar with who helped write the Declaration of Independence, maybe served in the Confederation Congress, or helped write the Constitution. But you have not heard about the impact of the clergy on our revolution. What occurred in the old days, in those days, you know, they didn't have cars in those days. They didn't have public transportation. They didn't have television or phones. So what happened was, your congregation on your church were those people who were within walking distance of your church, either in a town, a village, or a valley. So what happened is people would move down trails or out west to the frontier as congregations. It was like the Western, wagon trains and things that you see in the movies. People came down the Philadelphia wagon road, let's say, as congregations, groups of 25 to 40. Then they established, the first thing they built was a church or a brush arbor to worship under. So that's how they grew here in the frontier and in the cities, towns, and villages of the New World. So these people heard for 2 hours sermons from a minister in their church that they walked to, and they knew everyone there. So these dissenting ministers often were very angry with the crown, with how they were being treated by the Anglican Church, etc. So the years before the War for Independence were filled with the Black Robe Regiment. The Black Robe Regiment. You ever heard Yankee Doodle? You've heard the song? Who wrote Yankee Doodle? Some British people. And what's the song about? They're making fun of the Yankees, American soldiers. But what happened to turn around is the American soldiers adopted it themselves. They thought it was funny. So they sang it right back at the British, across the lines, from camp to camp or across the creeks. The same thing occurred in the 1760s. John Adams was a Boston area lawyer who was also later then one of the founders and served as the second president of the United States. He claimed his whole life that he saw the first overt act of the revolution in a courtroom in 1761 in Boston, just an admiralty court. But this is what he said many years later. He saw something occur, something happened. Let's see if I can get it to work. Oops. James Otis Jr. was an admiralty lawyer. He switched sides and joined the Patriots one day. In this one court case, he stood up and talked for 3 hours about the problems of the crown. What became the Fourth Amendment, search and seizure. And so what happened, what caused him to change over was a family feud. A feud between the Otis family of Massachusetts, of Whigs, and the Hutchinson cabal in Boston. And what happened was the father, the Otis Sr., was not selected to the Supreme Court as the Chief Justice, even though he'd been promised it. So the son, James Otis Jr., flipped and went to the Whig side from that. He was the chief admiralty lawyer or attorney in the Northeast. So what happened was, one day, he stepped and gave 3 hours speech. Everybody heard this. And so the governor was very afraid of this getting out. Otis swore revenge on the Hutchinsons for picking someone else besides his father to be the Supreme Court justice. In 1775 to 76, while Boston was surrounded by the Patriots after the battles of Lexington and Concord, while surrounded, this fellow here, Peter Oliver, wrote his reminiscences of what it was like to be a Tory or a British loyalist inside Boston. He was part of that Hutchinson cabal. And one of the things he said, that this guy Otis claimed that if they didn't follow the Patriot or Whig demands, he would call out the Black Regiment. Now, the Black Regiment he's talking about is the gospel of the Black Regiment. It later morphed into the term the Black Robe Regiment. What they're referring to are the dissenting ministers all through the British colonies. They would spend 2 hours giving sermons in each community across the British colonies, and they were angry. And they were talking about how they did not have the same rights and privileges as those of other religions in the colony. But let's go back a little bit. You may have heard of the Mayflower Compact. The kind of hard for you to read there, I understand. But these are a number of people getting together and saying, okay, we're about to step onto this new land. You know, we're Puritans, Congregationalists, and we're not Anglicans, but we're going to write our own rules and use a godly means of setting up our rules, and that's what they did. Sit down and read it off your phone or something sometime and see what it says. It said, we are going to make our own rules, and they're going to be based on God's teachings. And that's how they started here in America. Anybody here from Connecticut? Ah, you are. Here's the founder of your colony. Okay? There is Reverend Thomas Hooker. Now, he founded the colony and he's also a minister. I've got 3 bullets here, it's kind of hard to read, but this is what he said that the colony should be based upon. Choice of public magistrates belongs to the people. The privilege of election belongs to the people. They have the power to appoint officers and magistrates in their power. You see, the Catholic Church and the Anglican Church is a top-down driven hierarchy from the Pope all the way down to the priests, which are selected for each church. The Calvinist members, the Congregationalists, or Puritans, Presbyterians, and others, is bottom up. Members of the congregation select the minister. Ministers get together and do their hierarchy, so it goes from the bottom to the top. It's more in the form of democracy. Everyone votes. This is what he is beginning to advocate here. You've read or heard the Declaration of Independence. And we've always heard this saw that Thomas Jefferson wrote this, at night and showed up with this draft and said, yeah, that's pretty good. And it became the Declaration of Independence. However, in 1710 and 1717, a minister, Reverend John Wise, wrote 2 tracts, religious tracts that were published. And both of them contain a lot of those really pithy quotes that we see in the Declaration of Independence. In 1772, long after he died, they reprinted these 3 times. They were sent all through the colonies. So many of those things we hear about, consent of the governors, taxation without representation is tyranny, came directly from this minister's tracts. And we're very familiar with the founders. In the 1730s, America went through a great upheaval, the Great Awakening, the First Great Awakening. This was a great revival time across America. It started in New England and spread throughout the British colonies. And you had a number of people who were now going outside the church and speaking to the unchurched folks. They didn't even care if you were a member of the congregation or the denomination. And then Elvis showed up. Elvis. George Whitfield, an itinerant minister, came to Savannah, Georgia, and he traveled cross country from Savannah, Georgia, all the way to New England. It is assumed about 5 million British colonists heard him speak on his great tour. He had an entourage. They went 3 weeks ahead of him, and they wrote letters to the local paper saying, anonymously, this guy's a fake. He's a charlatan. Don't go to see him, whatever, okay? He's in league with the devil. And probably the same pen wrote anonymously, everybody needs to go see. You should have heard what he says and how he says it and the response of people. So folks would show up just to see Elvis. And they did, by the millions. And he would speak about a personal relationship to God, which was anathema to many of the churches and denominations in those days. So he brought this, and one of his greatest allies was Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin, not a real regular churchgoer, but he understood that this young man had something going. And he was publishing all of his pamphlets and tracts and everything else, sold more of those than he sold Poor Richard's Almanac every year, and was promoting him as a moral influence on the colonies. So what happens is, these are some of the founders that you've never heard of, or maybe never considered. So you get Jonathan Edwards and Gilbert Tennant. They're leading revivals in New England. And then George Whitfield shows up, and what happens is, imagine this, it's like a concert, an outdoor concert, and these people are rubbing elbows, unchurched, all different denominations, men, women, slaves, are all in the group, and they're all hearing the same message, standing next to each other but listening to what this charismatic speaker has to say. So this is truly the first evangelist that we see here in America is George Whitfield. Very important, because as these British colonists came out of the flames of the Great Awakening, George Whitfield, they emerged as Americans and began to think of themselves as such. Two other founders you've never heard of, because they died before 1775. Charles Mayhew, he was the one who was doing sermons in Boston, which pretty much brought on the stamp tax revolts, tarring and feathering, etc., from his sermons. Charles Mayhew. Samuel Davies was a minister in a small church in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, very charismatic. They sent him to England to raise money for this new college called the College of New Jersey. Y'all know what they call it now? Princeton. Princeton University was started as a Presbyterian law college in Pennsylvania for training Presbyterian ministers. 8 of the graduates became the trustees of this new university in North Carolina, of New Jersey, which is a Presbyterian college. Okay. Davies was sent because he was very charismatic, very good fundraiser, and he raised money in England, what would now be about $250,000 to help start the college. And he became its president. A lot of these ministers wrote tracts. They wrote sermons, and many of them were published and sent around as people left them. Really, there's some great Scottish Enlightenment in here, some great liberal theology and education. So they had a great deal of impact on the thought of Americans. Now, we think in terms of those who were maybe in the parlors, together talking poetry and all kinds of philosophy. But these ministers were the ones who were talking to everybody else. Okay? They were the ones who were talking to those who were going to the churches and inspiring them to become Americans. So what happens is in 1775, suddenly, with Lexington and Concord, we have people who are willing to fight for their rights as British citizens. Don't be confused. They weren't fighting for independence. That took 15 months. They were fighting and fighting for 15 months before they even declared independence. They were fighting for their rights as British citizens. And what that included was a large number of this Black Robe Regiment, because many of them decided to go to war. When you've heard of the founders, the Whigs that escaped from Boston and made it to Lexington before the British came out to Concord and Lexington, they stayed in ministers' homes. Many of those ministers were actually leaders of the militia. And those ministers were the ones ringing the bells to bring the Minutemen and the militia out because the Redcoats are out for Lexington and Concord. And some of them led companies, local companies, into the battles of Lexington, Concord, Monotony, and to surround Boston for many months until they evacuated. So at the start of many of these battles, these ministers led their congregations as leaders. They either were the company commanders as captains, orderly sergeants, or they just grabbed a musket and served in the ranks in order to inspire their congregations. Upper left-hand corner, anybody recognize that? You do. What is it, sir?
I've seen it in relation to the colonists, I saw it in Bedford, Massachusetts.
That's correct. You got to put your driver's license there at the front desk of the little library in Bedford, Massachusetts, and they'll let you go upstairs, and you walk in the door and shut it, the light comes on, this little flag is on the glass. That's the first American battle flag. It was carried by Bedford troops at Lexington and Concord on the day of battle, on Battle Road. So, a war begins, and there's no organization. People are looking for leaders, and the leaders are the local leaders in the community, and many of them are the ministers in their congregations. And so what occurs is you have many of these ministers are military leaders. They serve as soldiers, sergeants, officers in their local militia companies from their communities. They actually fight in battles, and many of them say, I'm a little old for this. That's okay. We need ministers in the Army. And in 1775, the first thing that happens is the infantry is formed. The Corps of Riflemen on June 14th, 1775. But shortly after, George Washington forms the Chaplain Corps. At first they're paid as captains and later as majors. And then in December 13th of 1775, they form the Dragoons, which is now cavalry, which is now who? The Army. There they are. Okay, I see them in here, the Maple Look. All right. John Witherspoon, very interesting. When Samuel Davies suddenly died, they sent some folks to Scotland to get this guy basically, he'd been in jail as a Jacobite. John Witherspoon. He was a teacher, a professor, and he taught Scottish Enlightenment, but he's also a Presbyterian minister. And they brought him to be president of what's now Princeton University. So the 10 years before the Revolutionary War, or War for Independence, he was the president of the university and a teacher. And 1/3 of those who signed the Declaration of Independence, put together the Constitution, were his students. Just before the Declaration of Independence was written and signed, he became a part of the Continental Congress and is one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. He later became a member of the Constitutional and Confederacy Congress and was in the Congress of New Jersey and was pushing for the ratification of the United States Constitution. So he had an enormous impact. There were 7 other ministers who served in the Confederation Congress. So they served as soldiers. They served as politicians in local affairs. Peter Muhlenberg was a Lutheran, very young man. 2.5 years after getting his first church in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, was serving in the Virginia legislature. In 1776, he was behind he was there in the church and was giving his sermon was from Ecclesiastes 3, verse 1. In every season, and one of the things he said was, in every season, we speak of peace, but now in this season, we speak of war. And he took off his black robe, and he had his colonel's uniform underneath, and raised the rest of the 8th Virginia Infantry outside the church that day. He served from 1776 to 1781 as an officer in the Continental Army. If you're familiar going to the National Infantry Museum, they've got the last 100 yards ramp. Was redoubt number 10. Those were his troops. He commanded the Light Infantry Brigade at Yorktown, which closed in and captured redoubt number 10, effectively ending the war with the surrender at Yorktown. But he had started out as a very young Lutheran minister at the beginning of the war. There were a number of chaplains who served. Some of them were actually assassinated during the war. They lost a great deal. Many of them had their churches burned, etc. Reverend John Rosebrook was a company commander who later kind of retired from that to be a chaplain. In 1777, it's what's called the Second Battle of Trenton. He was eating in a tavern, came out, found somebody had stolen his horse. And then he was captured by a group of Hessians who bayoneted him to death. Stripped him naked, threw him in the snow. So he's the first chaplain to be killed in combat in our history, Captain Griswold. Now, what you don't realize is there was a Catholic chaplain in the Continental Army. Why? Because when Arnold Montgomery went up to Canada in 1775, they were going to make Canada the 14th colony. And in so doing, they were raising ex-French people into the 1st Canadian Regiment, which of course were all Catholics, so they had to have a Catholic chaplain. Unfortunately for that Catholic chaplain and the rest of those, they were excommunicated by the Bishop of Quebec. You had to admit your wrongdoing in church before they even give you last rites or bury you in a church cemetery. Now, you may have heard of Lieutenant Colonel George Rogers Clark. I will tell you that this individual and his soldiers conducted the greatest Ranger operation in American history. In 1777, this 26-year-old Lieutenant Colonel and about 300 volunteers went to Kentucky to help protect Daniel Boone and others from the Shawnee, the Tories, and others. They won there and actually went all the way, all the way to the Mississippi River, captured Kaskaskia, Cahokia. The British slipped in behind from Detroit, cut him off. What happened is the local Catholic priest, the Father Gibault, Pierre Gibault, believed in the patriot cause. He helped release from British hands Vigo, who's a Spaniard. He said, he's not a soldier, let him go. So what does Vigo do? He jumps in a canoe, goes down the Ohio River to Mississippi, and lets Clark know that the British had captured Vincennes and they're building a fort. So George Rogers Clark takes 143 volunteers and they march through the frozen swamps of Illinois in February. No fires the last 5 days because the Indians would tell them they're coming. Outnumbered 3-1, they surrounded Fort Sackville and demanded surrender. When they did surrender, there were no British forces west of the Appalachian Mountains for the rest of the war. So what's the impact of that? In 1783, when they draw the map, the war's over. The United States is a separate nation, but the pins on the map show American flags to the Mississippi, to the Great Lakes, to Florida. So that becomes the new United States, not a couple hundred miles from inside the Atlantic. So this individual changed the money, the funds that he had, into continental money. So he helped fund the Illinois campaign and was very instrumental in getting the local French inhabitants to support the patriot cause. So, chaplains. I have found at least 122 chaplains who were commissioned and served with the Continental Army. There were 26 that were probably temporary or part of the militia added to them. A number of them were killed or died. The first one to die was a prisoner of war. He jumped into the bay from a British prison hulk and drowned. But see, they could die of disease just like everybody else. They didn't have to be a bullet in combat that would kill them. In 1775, George Washington, who by the way was an Anglican, determined how important it was for faith to be a major part of this new army and its nation. And he established the chaplain corps that you are all part of. Now, you are perhaps the smallest of the branches. You're one of the oldest branches in 1775. And I would encourage you to learn a little bit about the impact of the clergy on our revolution, how important they had been since. We've been hearing about Greenland recently in the news. There was a troop ship headed to Greenland to bring 1,000 troops to help garrison Greenland during World War II. A German U-boat torpedoed it. And as it was sinking, 4 of the chaplains gave up their life vests for the others. And those are the famous 4 chaplains. If you've not heard or remember them, one of our churches is the churches of 4 chaplains here. So you've got 250 years in the Army, 250 years of chaplain history as well. So I recommend that you take a look at that and learn more about the history of the chaplain corps and its faith mission for not just 250 years, but their impact on the American Revolution. What are your questions? Any questions? If there are no questions, the Shepherd's Crook is coming out in 1 minute over. Yes, sir, real quick.
Sir, Jack on that. I'm ordained with Reformed Church of America, right? So we had chaplains in the Continental Army as well. Have you been able to track some of kind of that dual history of, because they were also in the South Church and the Anglicans came, and kind of how that merged? Were there interactions?
Why don't we have an Anglican church in America today? It became so unpopular that 2 years after the revolution ended, the Anglican church became the Episcopal church. And that's what it is today. But many Anglicans were also Whigs and patriots during the war. I wish I had more time. My office is over in Building 4 next to the Public Affairs office. Come in, I have a collection of tracts, Bibles, Testaments, and others, some military, or has a soldier's name written in it in my office. But come in and talk to me at any time. It's been my pleasure to speak with you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sean. All right, now we want to transition to back where we had lunch. We're going to go back there, and you will take direction back there. So this will be a time of transition back to the left. Thank you.